ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start the second half of our special day, and it's going to start with a very special performance. And to announce the performance, the the person who's responsible most for the performance is Yulia, and she also. I want everyone to recognize that everything you're experiencing on this trade mission was actually done by Yulia and her team. It's a big team, but she was the leader of this team. So Yulia, to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, first of all, for coming today. It's an honor for me to speak with you, to discuss with you very important topics for Ukraine. And at the same time, I'm happy to be a mother of Sofia. She performed for you today a new version of Ukrainian national anthem. And also, by the way, it was created specially for her by Ukrainian composer and dirigent. And now she would like to perform for you a few pieces also. It will be Beethoven Sonata number 8, Schumann Intermezzo, and Skorik, Ukrainian composer, Waltz. Please enjoy.
This afternoon. Les, would you like to come up? And the judge.
So it's just the three of us. Are we going to have translation back for me? Yes. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And as I was saying, I'm Les Myers, the founding director of the Center for Professional Ethics at Marymount University here in the DC area. And I'm very pleased to welcome you to this session in discussion with two judges from the Supreme Court of Ukraine. And before we begin, I would like to invite each of the judges briefly to introduce him or herself.
Суддя Великої Палати, Верховний суд України. Я суддя Великої Палати, Верховний суд, моє прізвище Булейка Ольга.
My name is Olga Bureyka. I'm the judge of the Supreme Court of Ukraine.
Доброго дня, я Андрій Загороднюк, суддя Касаційного адміністративного суду у складі Верховного суду також.
I'm Andriy Zakharatnyuk. I'm the judge of the Cassation Court of Ukraine.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to alternate some questions back and forth to just provide an opportunity for the judges to share with us their perspective about the relationship between the rule of law and the institution of the courts and the judiciary in Ukraine to capital formation and making it an environment that's hospitable to business, and especially with regard to contract rights and property rights and settling disputes, etc. So my first question we'll start on the end with the judge, and then we can alternate here with the questions. The first one, sir, as Ukraine rebuilds, can you mention a couple of ways, maybe two ways, that the judiciary is ensuring that the rule of law is going to remain strong amidst the challenges of the post-war recovery?
Дякую за запитання. Відомо, що зараз відбувається активна фаза судової реформи, яка розпочалась у 2014 році. 2006-2007 року, коли, на мою думку, були створені адміністративні суди в Україні.
Yes, thank you for your question. Well, it's known that now there is an active phase of judicial reform that began in 2014, but for me, I would say that it began early in 2006 or 2007 when the first parts of that were created.
Основна мета адміністративних судів – це захист прав і свобод громадян та інтересів держави. Саме на ці суди покладена функція забезпечити ту справедливість для людей, про яку йдеться зараз в багатьох засобах масової інформації і всього іншого. І хочу сказати, що на сьогоднішній день кількість справ і результати розгляду цих справ свідчать, що адміністративні суди виконують цю функцію, адже майже 80% справ на користь людей на сьогоднішній день.
Began in 2006 and 2007 when the administrative courts were formed, and the main goal of these courts is protection of citizens' rights. This is their main assigned function is to ensure justice for the people. And now we can say that they do their work well because based on the results of the proceedings, almost 80% of the cases are ruled in favor of people.
Переважна більшість справ – це справи, пов'язані з захистом соціальних прав громадян.
Majority of the cases is with protection of social rights of people.
І саме на наш суд, касаційний адміністративний суд, покладено обов'язок забезпечити єдність судової практики і бути прикладом для інших судів і спрямовувати їх на захист прав і свобод громадян.
And it's up to our court to be the example for other courts to protect the rights of the citizens.
Great. Thank you very much. And ma'am, directing to the immediately to my right, when we talk about attracting foreign investment, which is an important part of why we're here these days, how can the judiciary contribute to creating a stable and transparent legal environment that's going to encourage foreign investors, our friends here, these various businesses who are both in the room and might be watching, to want to participate in the rebuilding of Ukraine after the war? So what's the role of the judiciary in helping to create the stability and the transparency in a legal environment that's going to make it an attractive environment for such long-term investment?
Кожна держава обирає свій шлях боротьби з корупцією. Такий шлях проходить зараз і Україна. Становлення саме органів, які взяли на себе відповідальність притягувати винних у корупційних злочинів, припало саме на роки війни. Бо з 2014 року в Україні почалася реформа, завдяки якій було створено НАБУ. Це орган, який має розглядати і збирати докази винних у корупційних злочинах. САП – це прокуратура, яка також направлена на боротьбу з корупцією, і НАЗК. Також у 2019 році була розпочата і реформа судова, в результаті якої було створено Вищий антикорупційний суд, Палата Вищого антикорупційного суду і завершення вертикалі судової системи, яка розглядає кримінальні правопорушення щодо корупційних злочинів, це створення палати при Верховному суді. Саме в 2019 році я, як суддя-криміналіст, також пройшла конкурс до Верховного суду, і протягом 5 років ми формували практику розгляду кримінальних правопорушень, пов'язаних з корупцією. Дуже стрімко у нас приймалося законодавство, завдячуючи нашим законодавчій владі, і суди формували практику, коли до відповідальності притягувались високого рівня чиновники. І вже я хочу сказати, що зараз у Верховному суді сформована практика притягнення до відповідальності винних у корупційних злочинах.
So the active phase of the development of anti-corruption legislation began in 2014, and over the next 2 years, a network of anti-corruption bodies was created, which included different bodies as well as appellate chamber of the Supreme Court of Ukraine, which I was participating for several years. And as well as appellate chamber of the Supreme Court, there was special judicial chamber of the Criminal Court of Cassation as part of the Supreme Court.
Okay, great, thank you. And because perception is reality in terms of the authority of a court, courts don't have armies and things to enforce what they say. A lot of it has to do, their effectiveness has to do with the willingness of society and even other parts of the government to respect the court and to obey its rulings. Given the measures that the two of you have just described, how do you think it's landing? What are the perceptions among the public? Is this having a measurable impact in terms of the way the Ukrainian public, and indeed people outside Ukraine, are perceiving the court? So I'm talking as much about perception as about the reality of the efforts that you've been describing. And so each of you maybe can briefly comment on that.
Дякую за питання. І хочу сказати, що дійсно є різні реальності цієї статистики, як сприймається діяльність суддів в Україні.
Thank you for your question. And yes, there are different realities of the statistics as to how actions of the judge are viewed in Ukraine.
Зрозуміло, що є певні дослідження, які наводяться через засоби масової інформації і зазначаються про те, що зазначається про низьку довіру до судів. Разом з тим, коли на замовлення судової системи було проведено таке дослідження, було з'ясовано, що дійсно люди, які жодного разу не приймали участь в судових засіданнях, мають негативне відношення, оскільки бачать інформацію про цю в засобах масової інформації, а особисто вони ніколи з судовою системою не стикалися.
So there were certain studies that were publicized in the mass media, and that was pointing out that there is a low trust to the judges, but when the same studies were held by the order of the judicial system, it was identified that those people who have never personally encountered the court, they were not trusting the court system because of these messages in the mass media.
Я вже наводив приблизно статистику, що 80% позовів, які розглядаються адміністративним судом, задовольняються на користь людини.
And I was already mentioning that around 80% of the cases are ruled in favor of people.
Sure. Great.
Я ще хотіла звернутися до статистики. Згідно з останніми дослідженнями та оцінками, включно з нещодавнім робочим документом Європейської комісії, Україна рухається вперед у боротьбі з корупцією, сповідуючи політику нульової толерантності до корупції. І у 2023 році, за даними, індекс прийняття корупції Україна покращила на 3 бали.
And I would like to say that yes, there are certain studies of how the corruption is perceived, and in 2023 there was a 3-point improvement in this proceedings.
Зростання цього показника України на 3 бали – це один із найкращих результатів за минулий рік у світі. Всього за останні 10 років Україна додала 11 балів, і це найбільший приріст серед країн, які зараз займають статус кандидаток до Європейського Союзу.
And this growth of 3 points is one of the best, and actually in the last 10 years Ukraine has added 11 points. It is one of the best results in the countries that are now candidate countries to enter European Union.
Wonderful. Yeah, and this is something that we struggle with here in the United States as well, in terms of the notoriety, sometimes of the behavior of our own judges and justices on the Supreme Court. So I ask it out of a sense of, these are very urgent questions for us too. And of course, there are similar questions that have arisen in Israel and Mexico. So this is a question that affects a number of countries around the world. Very briefly, ma'am, I'll ask you, what mechanisms are in place to address ethical violations within the judiciary itself? And how might these be strengthened after the war is over? That's one of the things we're wrestling with about our own Supreme Court. There are rules that govern every other court, but not the Supreme Court. And so essentially they're without any restrictions at all of their behavior. Are there rules for dealing with ethical violations in your Supreme Court? Meaningful rules?
Справа в тому, що наші судді підчиняються одному закону – це закон про статус суддів судоустрій. Крім того, було на підставі бангалорських принципів поведінки суддів розроблено кодекс суддівської етики. І на днях закінчив роботу черговий з'їзд суддів, де було внесено зміни до кодексу суддівської етики, і судді знають, за якими правилами і як вони мають працювати, як вони мають поводити себе у побуті та на роботі. Зараз я трошки ще.
Well, our judges obey the one law on the status of the judges in the judicial system, and based on the principles of behavior for the judges, there is a code of conduct of judicial ethics. And actually, a few days ago, there was another congress or a gathering of judges, and a few changes were made to the ethical code of judges.
Я ще хотіла повідомити суспільство про те, що, мабуть, багато хто знає про кейс Князєва. Це голова Верховного суду, який прийшов на роботу саме, був обраний за новим конкурсом до Верховного суду. І на черговому нашому зібранні на пленумі його було обрано головою Верховного суду. Судді виразили йому таку довіру, але, мабуть, не зорієнтувався. Зараз це вже не суддя, було прийнято рішення Вищої ради правосуддя, це такий орган, який карає суддів, і цю людину вже було звільнено, подано подання про звільнення його з посади судді. І коли ми дізналися, судді України, судді Верховного суду дізналися про таку поведінку нашого голови, то було зібрано пленум, де було висловлено незгоду з такою поведінкою, і ми заявили про свою таку недостойну поведінку судді такого рівня.
And I wanted to comment on the case. Maybe a lot of people know about the case of the Knязев that used to be a head of the Supreme Court. He was elected by the new procedure, and other judges said they support him, and that is how he was elected. But after his behavior, the highest Supreme Council of Judges fired him from the position, and all the judges met at the plenum, and they expressed their disagreement with his behavior.
Okay, great, thanks. We're down to the last couple of minutes, and I just wanted to ask one last philosophical question to sort of tie it all together in line with some of the things that we heard in some of the earlier presentations today, and I'll direct this to you, sir. In the Middle Temple in London, which is one of the British legal societies, there's a wooden screen that was destroyed by the Nazis during the bombing in World War II. It was blown to splinters. And the British made a point of, it dates back to 1574, but they painstakingly reassembled it as a statement about the importance of order and the rule of law. Likewise, another image from World War II, Jean-Paul Sartre, the French existentialist, talked about how during the rampage and the brutality of the occupation, that the French were never more free in the sense of all of the illusions about their identity had been stripped away, and all they were left with was their own freedom and a decision about moving on with life, etc. So we have two images. One of them is about something lost and recovered, and the other is about the notion of freedom. Two experiences in World War II and circumstances not dissimilar from what Ukraine is enduring right now. So as you think about the last 2.5 years, and even going back to the invasion of 2014 in Crimea, as a member of the legal profession, as a judge, as a citizen, as a human being living in the 21st century that's trying to advance in terms of social justice and care, what do these two things, in the midst of all of this, mean for you? Order and freedom. If you could say at least just a few words as you reflect upon this experience beyond questions about legal procedure, etc., but just in the big picture philosophically, what is your experience of the meaning of order and of freedom given what Ukraine is enduring right now and what we hope for its future?
Україна наразі доказує свій і захищає свій демократичний вибір. Честь і хвала нашим воїнам, які ціною власного життя її виборюють. Далі я чую.
Go ahead.
Well, Ukraine now is proving its democratic choice, and glory to our fighters that are fighting for this freedom with their lives.
І я хочу сказати, що наразі ми намагаємося допомогти Україні тим, щоб доказати, що ті, хто судять, здійснюють судочинство, вони є чесні, прозорі, відкриті. Саме це є основною запорукою свободи, оскільки тільки тоді суспільство почне довіряти судам.
And now we are trying to help carry out the message to help Ukraine that those who are in the judicial system, they are clean, open and honest people, because only this can ensure the quality of the judicial system.
Наразі був оновлений склад Вищої кваліфікаційної комісії суддів, Вищої ради правосуддя, до речі, за участі міжнародних експертів. Дякуємо вам за допомогу. Навіть до комісії входили судді у відставки з Сполучених Штатів Америки.
And now it was updated, the composition of the Supreme Council of Justice, and it includes participation of international experts and also the judges that used to work in USA.
І зараз вказані комісії переоцінюють кожного суддю з приводу доброчесності.
And now this commission is re-evaluating every judge to evaluate how honest and transparent they are.
Тому, на мою думку, як громадянина, як судді, без правди не може бути свободи.
So, to my mind, as a judge and as a citizen, without truth there cannot be freedom.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we're just about concluded. I do want to say that just as an American observer and a member of the legal profession, that watching the example of in the classroom, in the courtroom, in the boardroom, certainly on the battlefield, we see plenty of examples of heroic leadership and courageous love that you are showing not just to the ideals of democracy and freedom, which of course we share, but for one another. And that in itself has been an inspiration. And all of us here wish you the very best, both in terms of your role in that, in promoting the rule of law, but just the flourishing and the long life of your country. We're very grateful to have you here, and you honor us with your presence. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are honored to have both judges with us, and now we continue into, I'm going to turn to Henry once again, who is going to be speaking to the future of major industries' transition to the new market economy in Ukraine with several individuals from Ukraine, and look forward to hearing from the other side. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our panel. We have a lot of businesses. Oля, where's Olga? Who's just here? Yes, on the panel, please. Yes. I was looking for Andrei. Yes, Alexei. Olga, yes. So we're starting our panel with now. And I'm going to be moderating this panel. And good news about this panel, because you have a lot of businesses that are currently representing Ukrainian business. They are very diversified, as you'll see in a second. And obviously we'll have a, pardon me? Yes, I'm waiting. Yes. Oh, my phone died. Okay. Please, Andrei. Okay, great. So this is going to be a very kind of low-key panel. I am going to ask questions, but first and foremost, we're going to start with the simple introductions, right? And what I'd like to do is, Andrei, we'll start with you. You were last, so please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Andrei Miketyev. I'm the CEO and co-owner of the two companies that are represented here, K-Tax LLC, a non-woven's business in Irpin, from nearby Kiev, and also the CEO of Marjani Hemp Company, which is the new industrial hemp processing facility company in Ukraine, producing hemp textile fibers.
Thank you. And welcome. Oля?
Hello, dear college. My name is Olga Zmiivska from Kharkiv, and I'm CEO and founder expertise organization, Expertise ZO, like me, Zmiivska Olga. But in the future, I prepare to speak Ukrainian because my topic for Ukrainian Myers.
Hello to everyone. My name is Alexei Sherbatenko. I'm a co-owner of IT company. We are doing digital transformation for both government segments. So we're working on, we had a just massive project like Prozoro for anti-corruption initiative, for National Anti-Corruption Agency, for Ministry of Finances and all other agencies. From the other hand, we are working with factories, big plants to optimize their business processes and develop the economic strategy.
My name is Sergei Savchuk. Good afternoon. I'm Chief Investment and Business Development Officer of Vitagro Group. Vitagro Group is one of the largest agricultural company which is situated in western Ukraine. During the war, starting from the war, we have prepared and invested in 5 renewable energy and food processing projects.
I want to make sure you understand it was during the war. So, German?
Yes, hello, my name is German Simukovsky. I am president and co-founder of Go Ukraina. We are a non-profit organization located in Los Angeles, California. We've been working in Ukraine since the beginning of the war. Primarily, right now, our main focus is our water initiative and bringing fresh, clean, drinkable water to the people of Ukraine in critical regions that have suffered the most from Russian attacks.
Great, thank you. German, we're going to start with you because every one of you had prepared a presentation. So please, the way this panel is going to work, everyone will present their own companies and then we'll have questions to go around. So please, German, go ahead. I'm sorry? Oh, sorry, he was the last on the list. Oh, sorry, German, okay. Sorry about that. Let's go with the first on the list. I didn't know it was that strict. Let's go with Sergey. You're the first on the list. So go ahead. You can stand up to the podium. You can sit here, whatever is convenient for you. Yeah, of course. Feel free. Can we give a clicker, please? Nasty, can we give a clicker? Thank you. Yeah, he has it. He has it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a big honor to speak in front of you here in USA, in Washington. I am from Ukraine, from Western Ukraine. I present Vitagro company. Vitagro company, as I said, one of the largest Ukrainian agricultural company, which works in Khmelnytsky region, Ternopil region, Volyn, and Rivne. Here you can see the vast amount of our diversified activities. Apart from 90,000 hectares of arable lands which is in our management and disposal, we have created during last 20 years different businesses, including 3 bricks factories, asphalt plants, elevator business, plant for the production of wood pellets, oil extraction plants, solar power plants, and others companies. Our main focus for today is ESG, because ESG is a global trend. We are working on the reduction of CO2 emissions during producing and planting different our commodities. Due to this focus, we invest in 4 solar power plants, and now our company have been receiving electricity, clean electricity, and most of our projects use the electricity from these solar power plants. In addition, now at one of our factory, we are installing the production of liquefied CO2. It is at our bioethanol plant. And next to our cattle farms, pigs farms, we installed additional solar power plants for using clean electricities. In addition, despite the war, starting from May 2022, we have been continuing investing, and one of our new plant, which was started as an idea, then invest in construction, is the new microfertilizers production plant, which was commissioned at September 3, 2023. The same situation with the oil extraction plant. This year we have commissioned a new capacity, invested additional 15 million euro in increasing the production of sunflower oil. The capacity equal to 180,000 tons of seeds annually. A new direction which we started is a biomethane plant. You know that after the war started, Ukraine faces the problems with the natural gas, with electricity, with the petrol, diesel. That's why our main direction was to install biomethane plant, which we started at May 2022, and so far here is the newly commissioned plant, which has the opportunity to produce 3 million cubic meters of biomethane. It is injected to the grids now, and in addition 90,000 tons of organic fertilizers, which are going to the local farmers' fields. Here you can see how it was from 2022, and right you see our finished plant. As for the additional complex, at the end of 2022, Vitagro Group took part an active role at the privatization of distillery, and we win this auction and invested up to 20 million euro in bioethanol production. Now this plant is commissioned, and we have been producing bioethanol using 85,000 tons of corn. As an output, we have 25,000 tons of bioethanol and 25,000 tons of GGGS. It is protein. I want to inform you that first I heard about bioethanol at USA during my first visit at 2012 to Minnesota, where I received an experience, and now we have built new capacity. Additional plant which was installed during the war is pellet plants. We invested 1,003,000 euro. Now we can produce, and we have been producing 22,000 tons of pellets and have been exporting it to European Union and to Great Britain. Here is the new strategic directions as in our response to new challenges. Now we have been created industrial park next to Khmelnytsky. The area of this park up to 40 hectares of the land. The investment capacity up to $100 million in different agricultural processing plants. And additional industrial park 70 kilometers from Khmelnytsky, ABC hub, which has in its disposal 11 hectares, but we can enlarge the land capability. Here we would like to install 5 new enterprises with 150 million in investments, and we have in our disposal completely prepared projects. One of the enterprise which would be included in that industrial park is a meat process plant with the investment of 30 million euro. We have started the land and construction works, and we hope that the commission would be at the end of 2025. Here we can consider the possibility of collaboration. And one of our very interesting project, which is prepared by our team, is deep soybean processing plant. The investment from 100 million euro. Our aim is to process 100,000 tons of soybeans in order to produce protein concentrate. It is feed for animals and for fish. The start of the construction could be from 2025, and we have potential contracts from European Union where we can deliver this protein concentrate. Additional projects which we would like to invest this year or at the start of next year is a new biomethane plant with investment of 7 million euro, and we are open for the collaboration because Vitagro Group has own cattle farms, chicken farms, so there are no deficits with the manure, which is the source for biomethane production. And now we are looking for the opportunity to install additional capacity of bioethanol plant because we are expert in this business. We have team, we have experience, and now we can install additional facilities at our lands using the potential collaboration with the USA companies. And biodiesel plant, all of us know that in Ukraine there are deficit of oil refinery projects, and the prices for diesel is increased drastically. That's why we would like to use the experience of European Union and США in order to produce biodiesel. And now we would like to install additional equipment in our current commissioned sunflower oil plant and produce biodiesel for the inner consumption and export to European Union. And here you can see the different project. It is cogeneration plant with the natural gas using in order to produce electricity and heat, and greenhouse. The investment potential 20 million euro. The idea is to install greenhouse and use cheap electricity and free heat from this cogeneration plant. The project is completed and is ready for attract investment. And additional projects on which we are working now is instant noodles production. The investment from 5 million euro. The processing capacity 200,000 bags per day. And output would be chicken flavored noodles, pork flavored noodles, and noodles with vegetables. Potential buyers USA, Asia, and Ukraine. And pet food production in Ukraine, most of our families has own cats and dogs. That's why the demand is extremely high. It is import in Ukraine, and using this idea, we can substitute import by our own products with the pet food production. So. I want to emphasize that Vitagro has 20 years experience. We have a very good experienced team. We have good results with the new projects. We know how to generate ideas, how to attract investments, how to build and how to manage of such projects. But from other side, we are suffering the lack of potential investments. That's why we are here in front of you. You can see that Vitagro is located next to the Ukrainian-Romanian border. It is very good location for the minimizing logistics costs and export to the European Union. if we will have potential for the discussion, of course, those companies who will start discussion during the war, after the war finished, and I guess that Ukraine will flourish next year with our own ideas and our mutual projects. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sergey. By the way, I want to just point out to you that Sergey used to be in charge of Energy Efficiency Agency of Ukraine, and his knowledge is very deep. And Vitagro represents one of the companies that, look, you looked at about 400 million plus in projects, right? 400 million. So Vitagro is demonstrating how critically important to prepare projects that can be financed in partnership with a company like Vitagro. Thank you, Sergey.
Thank you. Thank you.
So our next speaker is actually very interesting, also the new industry, and this is, in my opinion, what Ukraine is all about. This is industry of hemp, right? So if you like to get to the stage and speak about, Andrei, about what you do, how did you come up with it? Because, ladies and gentlemen, you are, I believe, Ukraine can be the leader of this particular industry in the world. Due to many reasons I'm sure Andrei will cover. So please, let's talk about hemp.
I'm not sure do we have a presentation? Yeah,
we should do it. I'm going in order. I was told to go in order. You were number 2.
Yeah, I got a short notice for today's speech, so I was not prepared. We will have the presentation of one of our projects at the pitching session, but today I thought I would choose a rather different angle to what I'm going to speak about. You know, this is my today is marks the 30th year since I first came to the U.S. in 1994, and since that time, I graduated from high school here in California, and I did my master's in international trade policy at Monterey Institute of International Studies.
Andrei, I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask you, can you slow down a little bit because I need to translate into Ukrainian.
Okay. Yes. So I was trained as a policymaker, but today I represent a business community. If you look at Ukraine today as through the eyes of an economist, and you know, I was trained as an economist, there are no fundamentals for investing in Ukraine that a private capital would consider, and that would make it feasible to choose Ukraine over any other country where the situation is better. Essentially, this was all studied several decades ago in the paper from Nobel Prize winner Robert Lucas, explaining why doesn't capital from the rich countries flow to the poor countries, and these fundamentals still largely remain the same. So today, when I speak to some of my friends who have graduated from the same program as I did some more than 20 years ago, they look at me and they think I'm a little crazy, because today they shape the policy of the trade policy of the United States in America, and they work at IMF and other international financial institutions, and they genuinely ask me, Andrei, what are you doing investing in Ukraine, your own capital? And I tell them, I do not do this because the fundamentals is there. We don't have them. I do it because we want to. You know, and this is perhaps the central message that I would like to give to today's audience. There's no fundamentals, unfortunately, today that will, except for maybe some opportunistic opportunities for people who would bet on distressed assets being gaining some capital value after the end of the war. There's no other fundamentals for investing in Ukraine if you are trying to make risk-based assessment and have some return as a private investor. So you really have to want to do it. Last year, on this very day, I have met with the president of EBRD, René Odile-Basson, and we were one of the fortunate companies to be selected for a personal meeting with the top management of EBRD, and I told her, listen, it's quite simple. The banks, the international financial institutions, they have not recognized the difference that we have now in the Ukrainian economy that comes as a result of war, and they're still demanding and exercise approaches that are common to the usual lending process. And if we are not going to change that, there will be no Ukraine. There will be no revival of Ukraine, because when our enterprise in Irpin, it was partially destroyed during the occupation, and when our manager from the commercial bank came to speak to us about the cooperation, I could not hold myself back, and I told them, listen, if we would be waiting for the international bank to lend us capital, our company would no longer be here. We cannot exercise the same approaches as we did before the war in order to change something. And we try to lead by example. We are fortunate that we can, but not everybody is. Today, in Ukraine, we have a company that employs over 200 people. And we have 3 locations, one in Irpin, one in Western Ukraine, in Kalosh, and our newest project on industrial hemp processing is the largest modern project of this kind in Ukraine. This is the project that requires the effort more than one company. And so we have brought together, over several years, we have brought together 9 private investors, all from Ukraine, because no foreigners are prepared to invest. And we are doing it. As of today, we are in the delivery stage, and I'm hoping by the end of the year we will commence our operations. We planted this year, we planted over 800 hectares of industrial hemp, because no single farmer was prepared to do that, evaluating the risks. So we had to do it ourselves. And now I get approached by some farmers that start to change their perception of what is happening. And they see that the plant on our 30-hectare site is being built, and they see that this is real. And they just start coming up and tell, okay, what can we do? Can we grow? Can we have a contractual growing with you? Can we maybe use some of your products to make higher value-added products? And I say, yes, you can. And this is my message to American companies as well. And we come here to Washington, D.C., but we're going to continue our tour in California and meeting some of the prominent American companies that are looking for ways to make competitively priced products and selling them across the globe. And this is the message that we send. If you'd like to do this, Ukraine is a perfect place to do it, because we have some natural competitive advantages that you can exploit by co-locating your production nearby us, and not only bring value added to our country, you can also expand internationally by enjoying this competitive advantage in terms of low-cost production. The project is about making sustainable fibers that have been used for hundreds of centuries by mankind. United States used to be a very big country on industrial hemp, and it was the same country that curbed its production. If it was not for the United States effort, maybe in the 1920s, 1930s of the past century, hemp would still probably be playing a dominant role in world economy. And it has a second chance now. It has a second chance because it offers the sustainability of the products that are derived from it that no other plant can. We have a number of development agencies in Ukraine now supporting the sustainable project. Currently, they're focused mostly, as we heard today, they are focused on the food sector. And my message to them is simple. You gotta support some other initiatives, for instance, like this one that we offer, because we're gonna do it anyway. But we cannot do. We can only do as much as single company can do. We cannot have this the real impact without scaling it
Andrei,
up.
I want to thank you because we want to be able to help you with the scalability of what you do in Ukraine. And I think it's a fascinating new industry, as many to come in sustainable industry, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So thank you so much. Give him a hand, please. Great job, Andrei.
Thank
and
you.
tomorrow we have more.
Thank you.
So now we want to get to one of the most exciting sectors of Ukraine is IT. Everybody heard about it. It's actually a very big opportunity, not only before the war, now, and obviously in the future. Alexei, to you.
Thank you very much. Can you open a few slides, please? While presentation is opening, my name is Alexey Sherbatenko. I'm a co-owner of IT company. It's family-owned company, and I'm 37. And I have a joke like my father did two right things 37 years old before, so a company, established a company, and me. So today we are running the business. The company is running in main office is 500 people, and we are running different types of projects. I'm waiting for the presentation still.
Nice the presentation. Just a quick question, Alexei. Are you American-based company while we're waiting for the presentation, or Ukrainian-based company?
We are working in 15 countries.
15 countries.
15 countries for, yeah.
Well, here's a presentation. Just
yeah.
want to fill out the space.
Okay. Try to switch slides.
See, technology is not there yet.
Hopefully it's here. Oh,
Here you go.
left one. So it's me. It's about us. So we made more than 1,000 projects in 15 countries. We have offices in Dubai, in Ukraine. We are running projects in China. Hopefully, United States will be one of them. It's a huge amount of clients that we're running, different spheres, different sectors: agricultural, food production, metallurgic banks, media, telecom operators, railway, and other stuff. This is a huge amount of projects that we ran through the starting of the full-scale war. Now, what I want to cover. So, two sides of our business. First of all, we are running governmental projects, and I'll focus on this. And the rest is factories and industrial sites. We were one of the, due to your help from United States, European Union, you're forcing us to be more transparent, to be more open, to be more publicly for financial sectors. So we developed a budgeting and execution system for the Ministry of Finance for the whole governmental side. Due to it was a fund for EU for public finance. It was sponsored by the European Union. Thanks for this. So now all the budgeting system is running in our solution and in Ukraine. The second one, it's some data here. The second one was regarding public procurement platform called Prozoro. We were just a part of huge, massive reforms that is dealing with transparent procurement system. And it was also built by the help of donors. Now we are just one of the biggest platforms that are running $45 billion annually. So it's both commercial and governmental entities, but they are running on Smart Handle platform that we own. So it's a part of public-private partnership. We're also building it's a well-known system, lots of awards, but we were dedicated to build it in Ukraine. A few slides next. It's figures, maybe someone. Today there was lots of speeches about anti-corruption sites. We were just like an IT side of it because we run a solution for a national anti-corruption agency for like an e-case study. So all the main cases that are running inside Ukraine, if someone wants to be a parliamentary or a governmental or some mayors, they need to run their enquetes through the National Anti-Corruption Agency, and we are helping to be more clear, to be more open for them, to see green, yellow, red flags on it. And also, we are just a part of cities, so for helping European Union Anti-Corruption Initiative, we made a project in Nikopol, Червоноград City Council. So we are open for other ones. Here is a site from USAID. So e-cases for democratic governance in eastern Ukraine, Rubizhne, Svatovo, Marienko, Slavyansk. It is a few projects under this site, so rather interesting. Thanks for your help from USAID. Effective management tasks, so I will not go deep inside, but it's interesting projects that we run due to the help of United States. I called it state-of-art solutions for digital transformation because it's more for artificial intelligence. We are top 10 players for Microsoft and Google, and we are running what I told you before for public procurement and finances. So we now taking all the data and showing it on the other side. So there will be different flags, green, yellow, red, for see whether some corruption or anti-corruption initiatives are running. So we take all the data and helping private and public companies to run it and to understand it. If there are any Microsoft or Google, just call me. We have a few promotions. Let's go further. So it was one side for public sector. The other side is we are running 60% of all our projects are going for factories and plants and energetic sector. It's about reliable operations, it's about enterprise asset management solutions. We do the anomaly, predictive maintenance solutions. It's more deep for, it can be for energy sector, it can be for factories. I have one slide that you'll definitely like. It's for now, it's a competition not only between companies, but between countries. Because you have, from my IT side, it's a competition between IT and how fast you are in United States and China. But I'll be quick, I'll tell a small story with the questions. So 20 years ago, lots of factories were moved to China. Why? Because of cheap labor force, right? So, and for now, why factories are coming back? Because cheap labor force is not needed. So hello, artificial intelligence, and Industry 4.0 were just born 10 years ago, but it's now lots of factories are coming back. Enterprises will come home and building on scratch on the new technologies, new drivers, and it's few parameters so-called OEE, overall equipment parameters. So if we calculate, for example, availability, performance, equality, we will have OEE for 55%. What does it mean? That your factory is running only for 55% and there is a hidden factory. There is no usage of IT resources. It's my business, so the more you'll use IT, the more transparent and more efficient your factory will be. So that's the cases what we are running. It's like all technologies, new technologies. So it's not only competition between countries, it's competition between technologies and how fast you are, depending on which type of business are you running. Whether you're governmental, you need to be transparent, fast, and rather dynamic, or countries, because there is a competition between all of us. We are a member of APAO ecosystem, so it's an association of industrial organizations, and what I'm looking for here. The last slide. I want to be maximum clear for the partners who are investing in Ukraine, who are building different kinds of segments, different kinds of industries, whether it's cities, energetic sector, whether it's investments in factories, building EU factories, or building new projects for anti-corruption. We are just like a mature company already. We ran lots of projects, so we'll be happy to build some partnership with you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. This is obviously a massive opportunity, especially if you consider that municipalities of Ukraine, there's 1,472 of them, all going to require Alexis services because to build operating system to drive transparency. So thank you. And now our one lady on this panel, Oля, please. And this lady is very special. We've known each other for a while, and it took me a while to understand what she does. And her business is critical for the financing component of public-private partnerships. She does project expertise for municipal and public-private projects. Please, Oля.
Друзі, це дуже велика честь бути тут і бачити натхнені обличчя і мерів, і представників бізнесу, і американських колег та партнерів, тому що ця зустріч для нас дуже важлива. І я буду розмовляти українською мовою, тому що мій спіч, він адресований напряму мерам та представникам муніципалітетів. Як сказав містер Джим, що в Америці будівельна сфера є найбільш корумпованою.
Оля, one second, переведите.
Greetings. Today I will speak Ukrainian because my speech is mainly aimed at Ukrainian mayors and administrative leaders. And as Jim pointed out earlier today, or as it was pointed out earlier today, construction industry is one of the most corrupt in USA, and in Ukraine the situation is the same.
Я знаю, що ви всі досвідчені люди і знаєте, наскільки був високий рівень корупції в Україні в часи Януковича.
And I know you are all very educated people, and you know how high the level of corruption was during the Yanukovych.
Тоді ми навіть не могли уявити, що це можливо побороти. І коли наші американські, європейські партнери сказали, що Україна не отримає транш, якщо не зробить деякі кроки, то наша держава була вимушена зробити ці кроки, такі як створення приватних експертних організацій.
And we even could not imagine that it was possible to change it. But when our international partners, European and American partners, told that Ukraine will not receive a tranche of funding if Ukraine doesn't make certain steps, we were forced to do this, and one part of this was creation of private expertise companies.
В той самий час я дуже активно співпрацювала з Асоціацією мерів України, і по гранту USAID я навчалась по такій програмі, як впровадження приватного сектору бізнесу в державні структури. І це саме той самий був крок, який від нас вимагали американці та європейці.
And at that time I was working closely with the Association of Mayors, and thanks to the USAID grant I was participating in the education of how to implement or introduce private sector business to state and government structures.
Це було важко, це було практично неможливо, тому що у уявності людей неможливо було повірити в те, що за експертизу можна не давати хабарі.
And it was very difficult, almost impossible for people to imagine that there should be no bribe given for the expertise.
Коли мені розповідали мери міст, що з реконструкції даху дитячого будинку вони повинні були заплатити хабар за те, щоб потім отримати гроші на будівництво. А де меру взяти ті гроші?
And I heard stories that, for example, a mayor of the city would have to give a bribe to repair the roof of the children's house, to then have money for actually building a process, but where the mayor should have this money from.
Ми почали працювати дуже активно, але ніхто не сприймав всерйоз те, що можна щось змінити. Тому що першу фірму приватну очолював Саша Янукович, а другу очолювала я. Але за 13 років, які пройшли з тих моментів, коли ми відкрились, зараз вже не можна уявити, що в цій сфері може бути корупція. Я вам можу сказати відверто, чесно, откровенно, що ми майже побороли корупцію в сфері експертизи проєктно-кошторисної документації в будівництві, подолаючи дуже важкий шлях.
And nobody was treating this seriously back then because there were two private companies at that time. One was led by Sasha Yanukovych and the other by me. But after this 13 years journey, I can tell you that for now we can almost not imagine the corruption is this sphere, and we have almost fully eradicated corruption from this industry of expertise and documents that are needed in this industry.
Ну і оскільки наша країна електронна країна, ми можемо це робити все 24/7 в режимі онлайн і навіть не зважаючи на військові дії, а я сама з Харкова, все працює, функціонує, розвивається. І хочу сказати, що ті іностранні інвестиції, які будуть заходити в Україну і проходити через такі експертизи, наприклад, як International Project Expertise, вони можуть бути спокійні, вони можуть бути впевнені, що на цій ланці корупції нема.
Дякую.
And now we have an electronic country. We can do almost anything 24/7 online, even regardless of the war activities. And I am from Kharkiv, but regardless, everything is working. And international investments, when going through international project expertise, can be sure that there is no corruption in this sphere.
Дякую за увагу.
Дякую. This is a very critical project because our next speaker is an American, and he, as German pointed out, he is crazy enough, like myself, to go into Ukraine, having a good life in America, living an American dream, and doing something there, something very special in multiple sectors. German, to you.
If we could possibly maybe dim the lights and put the video on for first, please.
Can we turn the lights down a little bit?
Maybe some more volume.
Підрив Каховської ГЕС забрав у нас можливість використовувати ту програму, по якій ми отримали більш-менш чисту воду.
Мы 2 года вообще без воды, вода была солена.
Коли пустили воду солена вода, вона роз'їдала все.
Мережі старі, зношені через солону воду, через обстріли і таке інше, і вони руйнують краще з технічною, ніж без будь-якої. Наше обладнання дозволяє проводити комплекс заходів щодо доочищення і доведення води до, що дуже важливо для наших громадян, тому що, давайте там скажемо простими словами, це рятує життя.
Коли почалась війна, почали обстрілювати водогін, і це було десь, може, в квітні.
У квітні, так.
2-го року. І після цього не стало зовсім води. Беремо пластмасові бутилки по 6 літрів, кое-які є ємності. От і йдемо аж на кінець Балабанки на другу вулицю. Чи мороз, чи сніг, чи вітер, чи дощ. Дорогі європейські друзі, подаруйте нам, будь ласка, воду.
Дякую. And if we could get the presentation up, please. So the video that you guys just saw was the video that was made within Mykolaiv, which is currently a region in Ukraine that is heavily damaged water infrastructure. Us at Go Ukraine, we have signed a strategic partnership with REUA, Rebuild Our Ukraine. Let me just open up here, 1 second, please. So, we are building autonomous water filtration systems. We all know that water is the foundation of life. It is a bedrock upon which communities are built, and without it, nothing is possible. No construction, no agriculture, no manufacturing, and no healthcare, and certainly no sustainable future. Water is not just a resource, it is the driving force behind every single project and every single initiative that we have spoken about here today. Now, as many of you know, the explosion at the Kakhovka Dam caused a lot of water to simply no longer exist, which is a critical problem for the region of Mykolaiv. Go Ukraine has partnered with REUA, Rebuild Our Ukraine, and other global supporters, and we have deployed mobile modular water filtration systems. These systems do more than just provide clean drinking water. They give people a reason to return to their homes and rebuild their lives. Now, each system it's an autonomous system. It can produce 100,000 liters of water for consumption per day. It gives the citizens of the towns and the cities where each station is installed the ability, or 30,000 people per day can receive water, clean, fresh drinking water. Currently, we have there's 10 of these stations up in different regions of Ukraine. This is an initiative that's been supported by the Kharkiv region, Dnipro region, and also supported by the Office of the President. For example, 30 stations have been requested by the Kharkiv Regional Administration, 40 stations by the Dnipro Region Administration, and as well as 147 stations by the Mykolaiv region. It is the only region in Ukraine that has implemented salt water into their water pipes. So there's literally no drinking water in many of the different regions in Ukraine. But primarily Mykolaiv is one of the most critical ones. So as of today, there's currently 10 stations installed. The goal is for a total of 150 stations. 313,000, rough number, 330,000 people are now receiving fresh water on a daily basis thanks to these stations. 6 of these stations were actually installed by RDI, Renewed Democracy Initiative, which is funded by Gary Kasparov, the American Jewish Committee, as well as the Blue Check Ukraine Fund, which is Leif Schreiber and his fund and his team. As you can see, there's a number of different organizations involved in this initiative, and we have become the U.S. strategic partner for the project in general. And we plan to, our goal is to put at least 150 stations up all around the country in the regions that are most affected and needed at the moment. So we have a Kyiv office and we have a USA office. The numbers are up here, and you can see all the information in the catalog. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer those at a later time. I know we don't have a lot of time in general, but that's just a rough kind of quick overview of what we've been doing.
German, it's amazing. It's amazing what you're doing during the war. So thank you.
Thank you.
And one thing I want to point out to all of you, there's myself and German, right? We are people who left Ukraine a long time ago. Late 80s, early 80s, early 90s, right? There's people here who came this time. And this is a major demographic of people like us who have established ourselves as professionals with networks, with resources, that we are willingly crazy enough to bring it to Ukraine now. And we want to engage many more people like German and myself who have immigrated for different reasons over a long period of time. So thank you so much, all of you, for being here today. And give them a hand, please, for a great panel. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. Let's talk, Alexei. Okay, our next guest, thank you, is Yulia. Jim, go ahead. I was going to give you the microphone.
I'm delighted that we're going to have Harbir. Harbir, are you here? Oh, there she is. Okay, great. As is the case in Ukraine, the United States relies a great deal on its individual chambers of commerce across the United States to be able to help generate discussion, to be able to generate deals as far as companies being able to see that projects are begun from conception to financing to completion. And I'm delighted, particularly given the fact that Ukraine has an incredible reputation of being a high-tech country. And it is extraordinary to me to realize, for example, with the energy grid of Ukraine that's been destroyed in so many ways, having it being rebuilt is going to turn Ukraine into one of the most modern energy grids in the world, and perhaps even the most modern in all of Europe. But the Silicon Valley here in the United States is known for high technology, and they've done some extraordinary things from startups to major companies. And I'm delighted that the new president of the Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce is with us. I'm also delighted by the fact that that Chamber of Commerce is going to sign today a memorandum of understanding with the Mayor's Club of Ukraine for the sole purpose of engaging over the next year to be able to seriously consider how to be able to connect companies with municipalities in Ukraine. And so it's my delight to be able to introduce to you Harbir.
Привет. Okay, well, I'll start with something else then. Hi, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Harbir Bhatia, and this is the very typical Silicon Valley way. We always have our laptops. So I want to keep it brief since we are a little bit running out of time, I believe. I wanted to first introduce myself. I am the CEO of the Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce. However, in my previous life, I was your typical Silicon Valley resident employee working for large corporations and have had a few startups of my own, but also very much involved in service through many organizations. And some of those are here today. So as you can see behind me or on the side of you, I'm also the representative for Ukraine in Sister Cities International, and that organization has a lot to do with why I'm here today. My exposure to Ukraine is a bit personal, because you must be wondering why I'm here since I don't look like a typical Ukrainian, but I will tell you it's predominantly because of the introduction to the Ukrainian people through my parents, which are standing in the back. Papa, could you please stand up? That's my father, Jasbir, and my mother, Guni. He lived in Kharkiv from 1960s. And when I was born in North India, I was surrounded by Ukrainians and Russians. So for me, they were just like me. But as the war started, we became very concerned, and from the day one, started raising awareness and started running humanitarian campaigns. So our focus initially was on a few areas, but we have our own foundation, which is a very small family foundation called ICOB. And they're the board members with another gentleman. So we decided we would help Ukraine, first with awareness, then number two, with sending humanitarian aid. My mother, who is in this photo, is the one who is holding the child. She is the one who said to my family, my father and I, that she would like to go to help save children from the war and the attacks. So she stayed for 1 month and went to the war zone to help save children. And I take great pride in that because that is the legacy that I think each of us can instill into our families. So from that, we started sending generators, medical equipment, humanitarian aid. We've helped fund the rehabilitation of buildings and homes, and also the rehabilitation of our veterans and our soldiers with Alex. I don't know where Alex is, but his program, he's gone, to rehabilitate soldiers. But today we're at a very different time. It is not the time only for humanitarian aid, it is also the time for economic development. Because economic development means that you can sustain yourself. You don't need to wait for somebody else. It doesn't work all at once, it takes stages. And so today I'm here, without going into much more detail, because I would like to save my rest of my talk for tomorrow, is to say that we are here to receive you. In my new role as the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce in Silicon Valley, we want to be your partners to work on joint initiatives to help increase economic development that creates win-win for both Ukraine and US. And you've heard today many times people say, what is the biggest concern? I will confirm for you as the member of the industry, corruption is number one. There's no question about it. We are private, we are not government organization. But for us, corruption is the biggest fear. Number two is transparency. Number three is language. I highly encourage all the businesses who wish to do business with the United States, please take this very seriously. You must learn the language. As I am learning Ukrainian, chut-chut, I don't know if that's right, small. Also learn the process. When you are here, please learn to work with our communities. Show them the value you bring to them. This is business. It does good, but it's also about trade. So please keep that in mind. The rest of these items I will share with you tomorrow. But I do want to tell you the biggest problem, and I heard this today from a few of us, members, they cannot get access to businesses in the US. Do you know why? The reason is credibility and creating a platform of trust. We talk about an economy of trust. I would like to take you a step back. I call this the platform of trust. And you must work with local organizations in the United States to have this platform to introduce you to other organizations and businesses. One of them is Sister Cities International. You will hear from them a little bit later today. They're your entry point into the local economies to build trade. From that, you can connect with chambers like mine, the Silicon Valley Chamber, because now we know that you have an actual formal relationship between the two regions. So tomorrow I will speak on this a bit more, but I leave you with this today. You must create value proposition locally in America for them to have a value and interest in supporting the economy in Ukraine. Not because it's just the right thing to do, because that we know it is, but secondly, because it's a win-win that works both ways. So please build a platform of trust, utilize our organizations like the chambers and the Sister City International, which is not twinning. Please understand, these are two different things. Sister Cities International is a different organization, and we will then be able to help you take this one step further. But today, the Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce is very proud to say, because of my own personal experience visiting from Lviv to Lutsk, to Kyiv, to Poltava, to Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, and even, where did we go? There we go. We've been to so many places. And Olga here is one of my sisters in Ukraine, and Ruslan here is one of my partners as well. So I tell you, we will be here with you, but you need to do what's right to help us make you successful. So we give you our promise to help today. Thank you.
Members of our panel. Please, Mayor of Mykolaiv, Alexander Sienkiewicz. Mayor of Zaporizhia, acting mayor, Regina Harchenko, please. Also, we have on the panel Ricky Garrett, CEO and President of Sister Cities International. Please take your place. Yeah. And also Steve Serson. Steve, please. Yeah.
Ricky, I'm going to steal your thunder for a couple minutes here. First of all, I'd like to be able to introduce Ricky, who is an extraordinary individual. We've become great friends in a very short period of time. I must tell you that Ricky Garrett has become very dedicated to being able to see how to join cities from the United States to cities in Ukraine. The Sister Cities International has been around since Dwight David Eisenhower was President of the United States, and that's in the 1950s. And it has really been intended to try to bring together cities to really instill a sense of culture, economic possibilities that the cities can in fact endure. And I'm just delighted she has been doing a lot of great work in Asia, in South America, and now we've been working for several months in being able to make sure that Ukraine really can be brought into the nation of, or the world of cities. And so anyway, she's here, and I'm delighted that she is with some of the mayors from Ukraine, and really going to be signing a memorandum of understanding as well between Mayors Club and Sister Cities International. Thank you.
So first of all, I will start this panel from a brief presentation about Mayors Club and what we do. Do we have my presentation, please? Yeah. So very often when, especially when I email to some companies, associations of companies and agencies, different agencies, very often they don't understand why Mayors Club, NGO, who unite mayors, emails them and why it's relevant to their organization. It's just because we are not as usually NGO, yes, non-for-profit organization who just unite mayors for some educational goals or exchange of experience. Yes, we have all this. We have humanitarian background. We help with different directions of help and problems with municipalities. But the main goal for us is economic development of Ukraine. And we, in Ukraine, unfortunately, we have some problem on local level that because of centralized economy, our regional leaders, they can't work good with businesses, and this connection is absent. So we work with our members on building partnership with local businesses. We already created 22 economic unions which unite 142 municipalities. And this is unions of few municipal leaders and also businesses. And we are creating commerce departments in these economic unions. And these commerce departments are working on economic development projects for these economic unions. Also, we work on digitalization of this, because if you will go to some website of municipality, like as investor, as business, as international partner, very often you can't find their necessary information. And we try to work with our members on digitalization of economic data for partners, international partners. When you can go and, Nastya, I don't have my presentation, sorry. When you can go and you can see everything what you need to build a dialogue with this municipality and with this business. And also we need to show all these projects, all this information all over the world, because you can see only big cities on big events, and we have 465 cities in Ukraine and 1,472 municipalities. As you can see on what exactly we work, and as example, it's industrial base of Ukraine. Here you can see registered industrial parks, but inside economic unions, we're working on creating our own data, like inside information, where you can build your own industrial park as a business, as an international partner, in which location. And it looks like a very useful map with that pieces of land which are most convenient for you. Some investors who potentially interested in working in Ukraine, for example, in some regions which was destroyed, and they need to have these materials, building materials, to create new building materials. So it could be close to Zaporizhia, for example, to other cities. And some who would like to have more safely territory for now, as we can say safely, they can work in Lviv region and others. This is how it looks, economic union profile, and in every economic union we create profile for every municipality. So as you see, economic data is very important. And then what we do with all this data, projects, etc., we need to share all this information with you. That's why we created our project Rebirth of Ukraine with our partners all over the world, tour of economic development, so you can have this opportunity to see opportunities of Ukraine. So all these projects which we are preparing for you, we show. We started from Rebuild Ukraine. It was first Rebuild Ukraine in Warsaw. In 2022, we created some conferences together with organizers. But then finally we found our own model of trade missions, and first it was in Tokyo, then in Netherlands. And the main goal of these missions is to find right partners, to understand the system of this country, what kind of instruments are available for Ukrainian partners, for American partners, if we talk about USA, and what we can do together. and this match was very good in Netherlands when Dutch government, they have two programs for Ukraine, UPF, we can say it's a grant program, and also investment program. So now we understand who with who we can match and in what program we can take a part, and our team of international ambassadors working on this. So it's briefly information what we do. If I can help somebody with what I just explained, I will be happy to do this. So let me introduce now, it's one of our direction what we do. It's sister cities programs, because we try to find partners all over the world for our cities, and we are very happy to have such as friends, I can say already during this month, and a lot of conversations online. We are very thankful for this opportunity, Ricky, to have these conversations, and we prepared special questionnaires from our cities, and we will continue to work on this. Ricky, please tell more about this.
Thank you very much, Yulia. And Jim, thank you very much for those kind words. And Harbir, it is such a pleasure to be with you all today to talk to you about Sister Cities International. In fact, it's interesting because in my very first week in Washington, D.C., as the president and CEO of Sister Cities International, I had the opportunity to go to Ukraine House and hear 6 Ukrainian mayors talk about their experiences during the war. They talked about the destruction and the devastation in their country and why it was so important to them to have relationships with cities in the United States. And so we are very, very committed to this. When President Dwight D. Eisenhower first created Sister Cities International in 1956, his dream was to create peace through citizen diplomacy. As a wartime general during World War II, he had seen the devastation of war, and he knew that the only way to have lasting peace in the world was through people-to-people diplomacy, building relationships between citizens of the U.S. and citizens in other worlds. And so for almost 70 years, Sister Cities International has been bringing peace through people-to-people diplomacy. There are now thousands of partnerships between cities in the United States and cities in other parts of the world. We have currently about 400 cities in the U.S. that are members of Sister Cities International and who already have thousands of partnerships around the world. And so we are continuing to build upon that. In fact, we have grown Sister Cities International by 32% in the last year. We've grown the membership of Sister Cities 32% in 12 months. And that's because we are totally focused on building these partnerships. Now, you might ask yourself, what does my city, my municipality, have to gain through a Sister City partnership? And there are several ways that you can benefit. Your MOU, your partnership with the other city can be built on whatever you want it to be built upon. It can be built upon student exchanges. Those might be high school student exchanges where high school students go to the other country. Or it might be university students who go to the other country. If you have a university in your city, that is a wonderful way to begin a sister city partnership, because a lot of times those professors in international relations are very interested in building those partnerships. Or your partnership might be cultural in nature. For example, on Saturday, I went to the Rockville Sister Cities Taiwan Bubble Tea Festival in Rockville, Maryland, along with 10,000 other people. 10,000 people showed up in Rockville, Maryland for a bubble tea festival so that they could share their culture and their friendship with others, and it was absolutely wonderful. Another example is the International Folk Art Festival that's held in Santa Fe, New Mexico every year, and they bring artisans from Uzbekistan to Santa Fe, New Mexico every summer so that they can sell their artwork. Or the partnership might be humanitarian based. For example, I can think of the ambulance that Albuquerque, New Mexico is now providing to their sister city in Ukraine. Or it might be an economic development project, such as the Toyota manufacturing plant in Texas that came out of a sister city partnership, or the sake distillery partnership that arose out of a sister city partnership between Japan and Hot Springs, Arkansas. So your sister city partnership can be based on whatever you want it to be. The U.S. city joins Sister Cities International, and the mayor of the U.S. city and the mayor of the city in the other country sign an MOU and begin that partnership. We want to help you do this. We are committed to this. We are committed to Ukraine. We want to help you build these partnerships. I have a wonderful staff here in DC. Ashley Manuel is our membership manager, and she will work with you in whatever way you need to build a sister city partnership. Alexa Storzinger is our program manager, and she can help with any kind of programming ideas that you might have, and Carrie Carter is our Director of Operations. So please call on us. If you have not filled out our pairing survey, please go to our website and fill out the pairing survey. That gives us information about your city and helps us to pair you with a city in the U.S. So please fill out that pairing survey. And once again, I'm so glad to be here. I look forward to working with you, and we wish you the very best for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let me introduce Steve Sercona, Global Public Safety Lead for the Smart City Council, former California Chief of Police.
Thank you, Yulia. Hello, everyone. Thank you. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Steve Sircone, and I am the regional lead for the Smart Cities Council, which is a global organization that brings together cities and so municipal government and also technology companies so that they can share knowledge, tools, resources, and advice. I served in 3 different cities on the west coast of the United States. The cities were the city of San Mateo, California, Bellevue, Washington, next to Seattle, and then back down in California. I finished my career for the city of Seaside in Monterey County. I finished as the police chief there. So my role was being a police officer starting out and making sure that the city was safe, of course, and then having the responsibility of that duty as chief. My message really to all of you is, as a board member of the Smart Cities Council, all cities, whether in the United States or Ukraine, or pick any country really, all cities are the same in that the city government has the responsibility of keeping their public safe, keeping the water clean, keeping the air clean, making sure that the transit, the buses and the trains run smoothly, making sure the garbage is collected. And with technology, all of these tasks, and you mayors know this, all the municipal government knows that the amount of technology now that can drive this faster and make it more efficient is really serving the public well. So my goal is to reach out to all of you, and please come to me if you'd like by the end of the next few days to talk with me about what the Smart Cities Council is all about, how we help cities, how we help technology companies come together with cities and make the cities more efficient. I am also on the advisory board of Vantic, a global leading AI and generative AI company. Vantic, David Sprinzen back there, waving for the second time. David is my colleague at Vantic, vice president, and Vantic brings great technology to make these solutions more efficient. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I'd love to talk with you about what the differences are between the United States and Ukraine. I have it's an honor to be here, as I said, to speak with you as somebody that once served the public and to make sure that this community is safe. And also I see these guys in the uniform right there. They serve their community and their nation well in the service. And I couldn't help but notice here, if you look up at the corner, in each corner of the room here is a 3-letter word Pax, which is the Latin meaning for peace. And that's what we're all there for. Peace, safety, cleanliness, onward as a city official. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now we are happy to talk today about Zaporizhzhia city. It's a fortress city, an outpost now, 20 or 30 kilometers from the war, and administrative center of that region, which is occupied now on 70%. The first city who received refugees from Mariupol and Azovstal. Please, Regina Harchenko is with us today, Secretary of Zaporizhzhia City Council, acting Mayoress of Zaporizhzhia.
Hello. First of all, thank you for this meeting and this conversation, because it's very important for us, for our people, for our town, for our country. Let me introduce myself. My name is Regina Harchenko. Now I City Council of the Zaporizhzhia and Action Mayor. Zaporizhzhia is occupied part. Zaporizhzhia is close to the occupied part of Zaporizhzhia region. This very dangerous and very terrible. You have already seen that my English is terrible too, so I speak in Ukrainian. Отже, перепрошую ще раз за свою англійську мову, мабуть, українською буде говорити простіше. Ми маємо маленьке відео презентації нашого міста, і я б хотіла попросити організаторів його зараз увімкнути.
Zaporizhzhia, the city of Cossacks steeped in history, is located in the south of Ukraine along the main waterway of the country, the Dnipro River. Right in the center of the city lies the unique island of Khortytsa, the largest one of the Dnipro, and it is considered to be one of the 7 wonders of Ukraine. This is also the historical cradle of the Cossacks, Ukrainian warriors known for their spirit and courage, similar to samurais. Like the Japanese warriors, the Cossacks upheld 3 main virtues: loyalty, justice, and bravery. Zaporizhzhia has always been a fortress city since its foundation. Modern Zaporizhzhia is an administrative center and one of the largest industrial hubs in Ukraine, consistently ranking among the country's leaders in industrial production. The city is home to numerous enterprises in black and non-ferrous metallurgy, producing cars, iron, steel-wrought products, abrasives, power transformers, and other industrial goods. The cornerstone of the city's energy sector is the Dnipro hydroelectric power station, with a capacity of 1.5 million kilowatt-hours per year. Zaporizhzhia is also boasts a well-developed logistics system, including network of roads, 2 railway stations, and international airport and a river port. As a modern city with its own unique vibe and culture, Zaporizhzhia is renowned for its architecture, where historical buildings blend with contemporary high-rises. The city features a functional public transportation system, hospitals, schools, kindergartens, higher educational institutions, museums, theaters, cinemas, and public libraries. Given its status as a powerful industrial center, Zaporizhzhia constantly works towards improving its environmental situation. The city has adopted a municipal energy plan and sustainable energy development plan, leading to collaboration with various international financial organizations. This includes initiatives for thermal modernization of buildings and structures, as well as acquiring environmentally friendly public transport. Additionally, plans are underway in Zaporizhzhia for constructing a modern waste sorting, processing and disposal network that adheres to all environmental standards. The city is also focusing on upgrading water waste treatment processing facilities and the central water and heating supply system. The onset of a full-scale war with Russia has shifted the priorities in our work. From the first days of the Russian invasion, the people of Zaporizhzhia relayed to fortify the city. They constructed fortifications, dug trenches and ditches, manufacturing anti-tank obstacles, and established defensive positions. A strong fortification line surrounding Zaporizhzhia is defended by Ukrainian soldiers, our modern Cossacks. Currently, 70% of Zaporizhzhia region is under Russian occupation. Zaporizhzhia remains the only major city in the region that is free and continues to live a normal life. Zaporizhzhia has become a hospitable hub for all those who evacuated to our city from the occupied territories and hotspots. Throughout the war, Zaporizhzhia has welcomed over 276,000 displaced people. Presently, near 160,000 internally displaced people reside in Zaporizhzhia, including almost 36,000 children. Since the beginning of the full-scale war in Zaporizhia, missile attacks have damaged 676 apartment buildings and 887 private houses. 12 apartment buildings and 14 houses in residential areas have been completely destroyed. Currently, Zaporizhia is situated 30-50 kilometers away from the front line, facing daily challenges. This includes pressure on the city's infrastructure due to a large number of displaced people, economic hardships, and the nuclear threat posed by the occupation of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, located 50 kilometers from the city. Additionally, residential buildings have been damaged due to enemy missile attack of the city. Despite the difficult conditions, the process of rebuilding is underway in Zaporizhia. Reconstruction is allocated by local and state budgets, as well as by significant donations from Ukrainian businesses and international partners.
Ви побачили маленьке відео про наше місто, але я хочу сказати наступне, що буквально сьогодні вночі Російська Федерація випустила по нашому місту 3 керовані авіабомби. 21 людина постраждала. 40 багатоповерхових будинків пошкоджено. Вибачте. Це дуже важка історія, але ми ніколи не здамось. Незважаючи на це, в місті проживає 700 тисяч людей. З початку повномасштабного вторгнення ми прийняли більше 300 тисяч внутрішньо переміщених осіб. Основним викликом для нас сьогодні, безумовно, є безпека. Безпека і наше майбутнє, наші діти, навчання і всі умови для того, щоб родини з дітьми не виїжджали, а залишалися жити у своїх містах. Тому основний пріоритет – це безпечні школи, підземні школи, це укриття, це забезпечення об'єктів критичної інфраструктури всім необхідним, щоб в умовах тотального блекауту, в умовах надзвичайних ситуацій місто жило і працювало. Окрім того, це беззаперечна підготовка до опалювального сезону. Так, ми розуміємо, що кожна зима в українських містах є важкою, але ми маємо бути готові до різних обставин. Тому зараз максимально зосереджені на встановленні когенераційних установок, альтернативних джерел живлення. Я б ще багато чого розказала. Ми дійсно дуже хвилюємося за своє місто, за своїх людей, за свої території. Водночас ми, безумовно, дуже вдячні за вашу підтримку і за вашу допомогу. Ми відчуваємо вже це сьогодні, однак ми розуміємо, що довгі, тривалі партнерські стосунки потребують часу, потребують довіри. Ми готові працювати. Ми хочемо разом перемогти. Дякую.
Thank you. Yes, it's a bit emotional for me because this night our city was attacked by 3 bombs and 40 houses were damaged. But despite this, 700,000 people still live in the city, and we have accepted 300,000 internally displaced people. And for now, security and safety for our people and children is the most important for us. We work on building underground schools and providing everything needed for critical infrastructure, so that our city continues to live even during blackouts. And we are working on installing cogeneration plants, and we care about our city, about our country. And I want you to know that we already feel your support, but we understand that long relationships take time and trust, but we are committed to working together with you for our victory.
Thank you very much. Thank you to be here today with us. Mykolaiv, according president's degree, is a hero city. But as mayor of Mykolaiv, Alexander Sienkiewicz says always, it's a city of heroes. Please, Alexander Sienkiewicz, Mykolaiv, mayor of Mykolaiv.
Hello, dear friends. Well, first of all, I would like to start my speech with a question. So many people who don't achieve success in their life, they ask the question, how? How to become rich, how to get to the United States, how to find a wife. But usually only people who are succeeded in their life, they ask the question, why? Why I'm here? I'm here just to find partners, city sisters, and partners for our region as a state. So I will show you some small presentation, introduce myself and city and region where I came from. Again, sorry for my English, but I'm sure it's much better than your Ukrainian, so I will try to save our time on the translation, and I will do it in English. So Mykolaiv. Me as a mayor, I was elected in 2015 and re-elected in 2020. Please, next slide. Where it is? Mykolaiv is a southern city, so it's, let's say, the second biggest port in Ukraine. We do, actually before the war, we've done 40% of all bulk cargoes. Our city got the title City Hero, actually as it was mentioned, the City of Heroes, because we stopped Russian invasion on the south of Ukraine. Actually, our city was never occupied, and we stopped Russians on the edge and outskirts of our city, pushed them back to Kherson area, and then after the liberation of Kherson, they are staying on the right bank, on the left bank of the Dnieper River, and our troops are on the left bank, as you see. So on this image, on the left bank are Ukrainians, on the right are Russians. Our city was under attack more than 280 days, with an amount of rockets from 2 to 38. 171 persons died, more than 800 were injured. What the most interesting fact that all those people were Russian speaking, because 85% of Mykolaiv citizens are Russian speaking. That means that Putin says that he wants to protect Russian speaking people. That's totally untrue. But our Russian speaking citizens defended our city in the south of Ukraine. Next slide. How to get to the city of Mykolaiv? Actually, to get to the city of Mykolaiv, you need to fly to Chisinau, the capital of Moldova, and then by car it's 4 or 5 hours, depending on the border, you can be there. Next slide. Our city was a 500,000 city before the war. Actually, in the worst time of the war, we had 230,000 people, because since the first day of invasion, I told to citizens that they need to leave the city. That's why the amount of killed people is, let's say, 171 person. It could be even, let's say, many times more, because we have like examples when the rocket destroyed building with 40 apartments and only 5 people were killed in that attack. Now we have about 430,000 people, including internally displaced person from Kherson area, from Mykolaiv region, and from Kherson, from the nearest regional center that was under occupation, and that experience now everyday attacks. Next slide. What we propose. Actually, I've heard a lot here about possible areas of cooperation. I can say that our city, before it became port, it was the city of shipbuilders. We have the most, let's say, the biggest university of shipbuilders in Soviet Union. Actually, in our city were built all the aircraft carriers of Soviet Union. And majority of those warships that Russia has now. Actually, the warship Moskva, which now feeds the fish in the Black Sea, also was built in the city of Mykolaiv. And we have a lot of areas where we can communicate and cooperate with our United States partners. As you see, universities, industry and agriculture, logistics, maybe except the hair loss, as you see. But any other areas could be a topic for discussion. Next slide, please. Our losses while this war somehow, let's say, we made a damage assessment evaluation. Before the war, our city had the most, let's say, I can say the most, one of the most developed GIS systems. So we have a lot of big data on the map of the city. So we created a GIS map and we put all the layers with the different types of data. So after the full-scale invasion, we created a new layer where we put all the data about our losses connected to the Maxar satellite images and drone images. And together with Kiev School of Economy, we created this layer and filled it up with information, which you see now. So it's almost 900 million US dollars or euro, but actually the number is much bigger because it shows only the price of the destroyed objects. But sometimes if we speak about school, to build a new one will cost much bigger amount than its original cost before it was destroyed. Next slide, please. So our strategic plans. Well, first of all, Mykolaiv and Kharkiv are only two cities who, under umbrella of United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, are creating their master plans. Our master plans is developed by Italian company OneWorks, and we are planning our future together with our partners from Denmark. It's actually engineering Covi group, company Covi from Denmark. And we review the war not only as a disaster or something that really ruins our city, but as a chance for our city to become better after the end of the war. So we think about not build back better concept, but more about build forward concept about our city. So we are in the process of development of our strategy. We already accepted the strategy until 2027. As you understand, strategies are built for ages, for 10 years, for decades, but in the times of war, we are unable to do it. So we do our recovery plan together with complex recovery program, which is in progress together with our partners. Next slide. What are priorities for our development? Actually, these are critical infrastructure, mechanical engineering, and logistics and mobility, which we are experts in. But the problem is that our port now is closed because of the occupied territory of Kherson area. Our ships are unable to go out to the Black Sea. And that's why I think it's time to prepare human capital, to prepare a labor force. And usually on meetings like this, I notice that it's a time for our universities, for our special technical schools to prepare human force for our future partners. This is what we can cooperate now, actually, even in times of war. Next slide. These are three main advantages in cooperation with the city of Mykolaiv. These are logistics, taxation, and free sites. Actually, we have a lot of greenfields and brownfields in the city of Mykolaiv, and we're also preparing taxation, let's say, legislation. While my last conversation with the president, I told him that it's really not, let's say, it's not good that in the end of the war, after the end of the war, we'll have all the cities will have the same, let's say, conditions, economic conditions. Because if we speak about investors, they ask not how to invest again, but why to invest. Why to invest in Mykolaiv if you can invest in Lviv or Uzhgorod, for example. for sure, there is no safe place in Ukraine now. But anyway, we have safer place on the western Ukraine, and we have less safe places like Zaporizhia, Mykolaiv, and other, let's say, eastern southern territories. That's why we will have to accept the special taxation zone that will reflect the gradient of risks. More risks, less taxes. Mean more risks, more profit. This is the thing that the topic of our conversation with Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Finance that we will show to Ukrainians and to our partners in the nearest time. Next slide. Advantages of work with Mykolaiv. Low bureaucracy. Actually, I heard about corruption in real estate development. We actually ask developers to come to the city. We ask them because, you know, let's say the percentage of, let's say the successful development of the city depends on the amount of cranes, development cranes that work in the city. So youth, young talents are really the main thing that we have now today in Mykolaiv. And I would say that United States and Western civilization are really closer for us than Russian values and Russism at all. So that's why we are here. Next slide, please. Anti-corruption. So Russia actually spent billions of dollars to promote Ukraine as a state of corruption, as a country that corrupted totally. And yes, it is. We all sometimes under temptation, because corruption is about temptation. And we all, when we pray to God, we ask Him to protect us from temptation. That's why I don't trust people, I don't believe in people, I believe in systems. So we need to change system of decision making to reduce this influence of those people who can be under temptation to be corrupted. That's why together with European Anti-Corruption Initiative, we work on our processes together with Ernst & Young in the City Council. So we change our processes, and we are in the end of the, we are finalizing the procedure of the changing of structure of Mykolaiv City Council. Also together with Deloitte, we are doing work on the changing processes of the decision making in our three major budget consumer. These are water supply company, heating supply company, and public transportation company. Next slide, please. Also, we were the first city who created a website where you can find all the help that we got from our partners since February 24th, 2022. All the data about how much we got, how much we spent, how much left. It's totally transparent and clear. You can find it and download it, review it, and find out. All the citizens, all our partners can do it, because like my mother said, cockroaches don't like lights. So we try to put lights on all the information that we have. Next slide, please. These are partners that have business in the city of Mykolaiv, so if you have connection with them, you can check how they work with the city, because I don't want to speak about myself, but you can ask about the story of cooperation from these businesses. Next slide. We are proud that we have such good partners in these bad times. So here you can see different international organizations together with USAID, which helped us to survive in this awful war. And I need to mention that we have unique cooperation on the city, country level between Mykolaiv region, and Denmark, Kingdom of Denmark. So we are really ready to share with a successful cooperation with other cities and United States cities. Next slide, please. We made 10 sister ships while this wartime. Our city, as a city where warships were developed, has been closed for 10 years. So now we are trying to open the city to the world. That's why I'm here. And I hope that with this visit will be helpful for me and you to find possible sister cities in the United States and states for our Mykolaiv region. Thank you very much. I'm here ready for any types of communication. Thank you. And thank you for your support. I just wanted to add something, a very important thing, that we really, sometimes people ask if we are ready to go to European Union, if we are ready to be with the Western civilization, let's say. And I usually say that 10 years ago, in 2014, this war started with the protest of students, of Ukrainian people who said that we don't want to be with Russia. We want to be with the European Union, with the United States, with all the Western world values. So that's why it is very important, it is crucially important to support our guards, to support armed forces of Ukraine with a weapon, for us to protect not only our lives and Ukrainians, but Western civilization values which we now protect in Ukraine. And some people have doubts about the President of the United States. We respect any choice of people of the United States, but we sure that any President of the United States will support Ukraine in this war. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Yulia. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, right now, this is, I was going there. We're going to be signing an agreement. Signing ceremony. Hopefully a lot of results will come out of this ceremony today. Okay, great. So take a picture together. Jim, join the picture, please. Yes. Jim, go. Okay, and now, thank you so much. It's been great. Thank you so much. So, and now we are moving on. Right now, we have a very special guest. Retired Major General Wharton has agreed to join us, and he's been at the highest level of United States Pentagon military structure at Joint Chief level. And so his experience not only very critical in relationship to the war and military efforts, but more importantly, what should we do as the war hopefully will end soon. So Major General, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Morton, as you just heard. I'm one of the guys who led Army logistics globally, served in Iraq, Afghanistan, all around the world, global commands. And then I also led Army's research and development, all the technology, all the 13,800 scientists and engineers. I've been involved in your country prior to the war when I made 2 visits. I support our U.S. government objectives, and I was there in your country walking the land, looking at the landscape, saying, do this, do that, you may want to move this here. Let me think about bringing some technology that you don't have here. So those are some of the things I did prior to the war, and have been involved in the war since that time. All the things, a lot of the logistics and supplies that you're getting through different entities and some of our friends here, we've been providing that to your country. I met every one of your senior leaders, shy of the president, vice president. When I was there the last time is when there was the fallout in the U.S. government with the Biden and Trump administration, and I had to come back, okay? So we stay in touch daily with different supplies and different communication, all working with Department of State, Department of Commerce, and all the different combatant commands there. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about today, put it in a perspective of when I talk and what I talk of so that you can keep it in perspective of what you're trying to do. And one is, what we used to say in our Army is that the soldier is the centerpiece of the Army. And what I want you to don't ever forget that the first function that you have to take care of is to the people, right? Now, I've been in all the wars, I've been in the battles, I've been in your country, I flew all around the country, but everything should be based on people. So in the US, we have all this technology that we're moving, and everyone is enamored by technology. Technology is to enable humanity, not humanity to be led by technology. So everything you're talking about, you know, that we're doing when we're around the world, and I support our government and our objectives in every continent, every country. We're in 39 African countries. We're in Latin, South America, and in the far Pacific. But the important thing is that it should be based on people. And when you're looking at your reconstruction, your rebuilding, you're thinking about importance is food, shelter, clothing, energy for the people, right? So don't ever forget that as you think about next generation of growing a market economy and everything that you're trying to do there. So when I go around and I meet country leaders and prime ministers and things of that nature and heads of state, I talk to them in terms of the elements of power of a nation. And what are the elements of power of a nation? One is diplomatic, one is informational, one is military, and one is economic. Those are the national elements of power for a country, right? And if you look in some of the things that have happened over the past, if you took Gaza, you could see earlier in the war, the Israelis were losing the messaging campaign, right? So that information flow of information, misinformation, disinformation is very important to control. And the narrative for Ukraine is very important, right? And I just saw the briefing, and as I was helping, and I was working with your Minister of Defense and all those, and again, I can't overemphasize the importance of ensuring and doing everything you can to eliminate the corruption so that you retain the benefits and the positive reinforcement from the U.S. and the continued support, which you will have. You're not going to lose that. So when we talk about building the future, we talk about, and my company is called Global Connective, but what we do is we bridge countries with capabilities. And if you look at infrastructure, you look at energy, you look at transportation, healthcare, you look at medical, all those functions become very important to you building a whole of nation approach to your country. The economy is very important. The whole of nation approach is very important, okay? How do you coordinate, synchronize, and integrate the energy with your communications architecture? And how do you have a resilient energy solution, not just, I'm gonna put this energy plant here? What I need to do and what we do is we stay away from the smart city talk, because you imply that you're not smart because you may not have the resources. But what you think about is we're trying to build resilient and sustainable societies. And that's where in one of the hats that I do with the UN and the State Department, sustainable and resilient societies. That's what we're talking about here. And it's underpinned by the economics of the country as you grow. What we try doing around the world is bringing the manufacturing to create jobs. If we can create jobs, what we can do is we can stabilize an economy with technology, with jobs, with manufacturing. Then we can ensure the government stability. And then beyond that, we have a regional security, and that affects our U.S. national security. And that's that hierarchy of things and needs as you think of what you're doing and how you're contributing to that. So we talked about the humanity, but what we really need to think terms, and what I'm telling people here, is the importance of a Marshall Plan for the Ukraine, right? And it's a Marshall Plan, and based for the Ukraine, where you're building all the infrastructure, the hospitals, the medical, and everything you need. And again, I've been involved in that, but there's a lot of people who really don't understand the lay of the land and don't understand Ukraine, and you forget that point that the enemy has a vote, right? That's a military saying, the enemy has a vote. And so when we build, and we build to the future on infrastructure, and as I'm talking to your leaders, what we're talking about is where do you position capability in the country? And how do I have an echelonment maybe of medical support? How do I build a dual-use hospital that supports the military but also private sector, right? And these are considerations that you have to have when you do that. What are your lines of communication? What are the routes that you must have? Where do you position your airfields? Where are there no single points of failure, right? And these are things. So as you think and we move to the economics and building a market economy and bringing in the technology and bringing in stimulating the economy with a Marshall Plan, with all the functions, the manufacturing, the transportation, the energy. If I'm there in Ukraine, I want to make sure I have food, shelter, clothing, water, and energy. And I know I can count on that, then everything else I can build around that base. So I want to leave you with that kind of thing. So again, don't think in terms of nation building, a whole of nation approach. I can't build energy infrastructure without linking it into my communications network, right? When I went to Puerto Rico, asked to help Puerto Rico, I went down there and they said, hey, look, we want a smart island after the storms had come through. So when I did the research, where I was wearing a university hat at the time, and when I did the research down there, we found out that 38% of the country was living in poverty. See, so now you want me to bring in a smart city capability, a smart connected island, and 38% are living in poverty. So now we're creating that digital divide, right? So what I want you to do is as you think about the future and you design the economy, you design the basic institutional fundamental building blocks, you need to look left and to the right and think about having all those other considerations in play. Now, we're helping, I mean, I help a couple of your universities. I wear an Arizona State hat. You know, we have Arizona State there in Kyiv, right? That was part of it. Western Ukraine National University, I've been helping them on some of their programs and speaking to them regularly. So we've been doing all that to try to build the academics up and talk to the words of a public-private partnership. So you talk about that, you're going to get assistance from the European Union. We're working some of that already. You're going to have some replication within Ukraine to what's being built at the European Union, and some of the terminology that's being used there. So we have a corollary down in Ukraine, and that will be a fund for your use to rebuild the city and the country. So what I wanted to do was just say thanks for letting me come here, spend a few minutes with you. We are actively involved, not just me, but as a country, in support of Ukraine, right? My son, West Point graduate, just graduated, was over in Ukraine doing language training, living with the Ukrainian family, right? Now they all pulled those cadets out. There were 6 of them in Ukraine. They pulled all the cadets out and they moved them to Moldova, I think, at first, and then they had to bring them back because they were there during the time. So he stays in touch with his Ukrainian family and all that. But the point is that a whole of nation approach, lead with humanity, coordinate, synchronize, and integrate all the functions and the foundations for the country. You can't have an individual stovepipe. And the problem is you're going to have a bunch of folks run to the country offering you what I used to call a bag of goods. When I was in the Army, I had all these people want to come in Iraq with a bag of goods. So I don't need the bag of goods. You're just confusing the battle space here. As you rebuild the country, you know, have a system in place that you can assess what you need, prioritize what you need, apply the funding what you need, and then coordinate it amongst the other building blocks of the nation, okay? Public-private partnerships, you hear that word. In the US, we're also talking the fourth P, philanthropy, right? So we're using 4 Ps, not just 3. Public-private partnerships, but also philanthropy in that, because you need help. Governments can sustain, will rebuild, and will bring more capability there. So with that, I will stop here and just say thank you for letting me take a few minutes to come in here. I wanted to be here. I'm supposed to be up at the UN Week up in New York. We're working with the World Food Program to distribute food. And we view that as a benevolent form of building partner capacity from a U.S. standpoint with other countries. You know, who's against food, right? Who's against global supply chain food security? So we're working some of that now and other things in technology for the country. So let me stop there and say thank you very much for having me. I appreciate you letting me slide in. And I know that you're talking about economy and market economy and building the next generation. You can do that if you think openly, if you bring in the functional experts so you don't revert to old ways. And in my tours there, it was very interesting. Again, I met with all the different groups and all the different government activities. But I think you got so much potential as a country, and I know you'll get there. So we got to close this war out, and then push on and get to the building. But I'll be trying to push from this level with some of the appropriations committee folks that I know, some of the organizations I know, to keep funding going, and we'll see what we can do. Okay. So thank you very much for your time, and hopefully you have a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll speak to you from sitting down here. Unfortunately, I've had a bad knee, and that's why you've seen me hobble all over the place. But having said that, we are going to have the chance to hear the words of Philip Hildebrand. He very much wanted to be with us. We were organizing all that, and then unfortunately he had to be in Brussels. Philip is the vice chairman of BlackRock. BlackRock, as you know, not long after the invasion, signed an agreement with President Zelensky to be able to see that it is a firm, the largest of its kind in the world, that is worth $10 trillion in its portfolio. And immediately after the invasion, Philip Hildebrand was heavily involved in trying to absorb BlackRock into the future of Ukraine. And a memorandum of understanding was signed with President Zelensky by BlackRock to help structure deals in Ukraine. And so we are going to be hearing from him now. Given that he couldn't be with us, he wanted very much to be able to see that there would be some kind of a video that could be shown. And I'm looking forward to meeting with him probably next month in New York City for the purpose of talking about what this trade mission turned out to be, all that was involved with it, and how BlackRock could be involved in the future of Ukraine with specific projects in mind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, friends. Unfortunately, meetings in Europe this morning are preventing me from joining you today. Nonetheless, it's a great pleasure and an honor to be with you. You may be aware that since 2022, following a discussion between Larry Fink and President Zelensky, we have been working with the government of Ukraine to find an innovative approach
to mobilize private capital into Ukraine at scale. The result of this work is the Ukraine Development Fund, or UDF, a blended finance vehicle designed by BlackRock. As the world's leaders gather here in the United States, we find ourselves at a crucial juncture in history. The war in Ukraine has thrust the nation into a state of turmoil and uncertainty. The war has inflicted severe suffering, disrupted the economy, and divided the nation. While the trajectory of the war remains uncertain, what is clear is the urgent need for a perspective that envisions stability, peace, and a pathway to reconstruction. The reconstruction of Ukraine will require unmatched levels of investments at a time when the fiscal capacities of most Western economies are severely strained. It will be imperative, therefore, to incentivize and mobilize the private sector to assume a pivotal role in this enormous endeavor. To achieve this, a robust framework must be established that ensures a secure and attractive investment climate. This includes legal and regulatory reforms to protect investments, transparent governance to eliminate corruption, and the creation of public-private partnerships that align the interests of both sectors. But first, allow me briefly to travel down the path of history and look at what it takes for reconstruction to succeed. The last century was marked by two devastating global conflicts, World War I and World War II. The reconstruction efforts that followed these wars differed vastly in their approaches, methodologies, and outcomes. In the aftermath of World War I, the League of Nations was established to provide security guarantees and maintain global peace. However, the League suffered from severe limitations. Major powers, notably the United States, chose not to participate, which greatly undermined its influence. Moreover, the League lacked both the authority and military capability to enforce disarmament or deter aggression effectively. There were few structured mechanisms for economic reconstruction. The Treaty of Versailles, which aimed to hold the aggressor nations accountable, imposed heavy reparations on Germany. Instead of fostering economic recovery, these reparations crippled the German economy, ultimately leading to hyperinflation and severe economic instability. The lack of coordinated economic rebuilding efforts further destabilized Europe, setting the stage for World War II. After the devastations brought by the Second World War, however, the establishment of the United Nations marked a significant evolution in international diplomacy and peacekeeping. Unless the League of Nations, like the League of Nations, the UN had broad membership, including major powers such as the US, the Soviet Union, the UK, and China. The Security Council, with its permanent members, was vested with substantial authority to maintain international peace and security. This structure allowed for more effective intervention in global conflicts and contributed to a more stable international environment. Critically, and in addition to the UN, the formation of NATO in 1949 provided a formal military alliance among Western powers. NATO established a framework for security cooperation which played a key role in deterring aggression. And one of the most notable differences between the post-World War I and World War II periods was the approach to economic reconstruction. The initiation of the Marshall Plan, officially known as the European Recovery Program, was pivotal. Spearheaded by the United States, the Marshall Plan provided over $13 billion, equivalent to about $130 billion in today's money, in economic aid to rebuild war-torn European economies. The investment was instrumental in stabilizing Europe, fostering trade, rebuilding of the industrial base, and promoting political stability. The rapid recovery that followed laid the foundation for long-term economic growth and cooperation among European nations. However, even the most comprehensive economic reconstruction plan is doomed to fail without robust security guarantees. After World War II, the UN and NATO's roles in maintaining peace and security were critical in preventing further large-scale conflicts. They provided the stability that is necessary for investments, economic recovery, and growth. One cannot succeed without the other. So, what does this story tell us for the reconstruction of Ukraine? Conflict invariably sows economic disruption and heightens uncertainty, casting a long shadow over investment prospects. The annexation of Crimea in 2014 and the subsequent invasion of Ukraine by Russia offer a stark illustration of this dynamic. Foreign direct investment in Ukraine plummeted from an already modest 4.7% of GDP during the decade before 2014 to a meager 0.6% of GDP in 2015. Today, governments around the world are grappling with depleted budgets and political constraints. They find themselves unable to shoulder the immense burden of a full reconstruction program for Ukraine. This underscores the role that private sector capital and the world's capital markets will have to play in meeting Ukraine's reconstruction needs. As most of you know, these are currently estimated at around $500 billion US. For Ukraine, and as President Zelensky has repeatedly said, extensive reforms are imperative to enhance its attractiveness as an investment destination. The Ukrainian government has already embarked on this journey with particular emphasis on aligning its regulatory and legal frameworks with EU best practices. Such institutional reforms are indispensable for maximizing the efficacy of aid deployment and creating a conducive environment for private investments. But even with comprehensive reforms, private capital providers will require economic guarantees to mitigate the inherent risks of investing in a post-conflict landscape. Efficient utilization of scarce public resources is crucial in this context. Blended finance mechanisms, which combine a de-risking of public capital tranche with private sector investments to address market failures, hold significant promise. These mechanisms can attract substantial private capital into Ukraine and contribute to the country's reconstruction priorities and long-term growth objectives. Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen, is a clear case for the need of such blended finance mechanisms. As mentioned, we have been working on the establishment of the Ukraine Development Fund to deploy significant public and private capital into promising equity investments in Ukraine by employing a de-risking mechanism. The UDF includes a junior tranche or first loss protection tranche, which will be funded primarily by development finance institutions, DFIs, and governments, raising up to 500 million euro. This public capital serves to protect and de-risk the fund investments made by private capital providers, which could invest up to 2 billion euro into the UDF in a senior tranche. The risk protection afforded by the public capital is a crucial element that makes the investment opportunity more acceptable to private investors, which have to respect fiduciary standards. But I also want to stress a very important point here. The first loss money is not grant money. It will participate in the economic upside from the investments and can therefore yield a positive and attractive return for the public sector providing the capital. The UDF aims to make equity investments across 4 key sectors of the Ukrainian economy: infrastructure, energy, manufacturing, and to some extent agriculture. By focusing on these sectors, the UDF seeks to participate in growth areas that are fundamental to the country's economic recovery and long-term growth. In addition, the UDF will concentrate on early-stage project development. This approach aims to develop investable projects, partnering with credible players for direct UDF equity investments. But let me be clear, institutional and investor, and capital markets more broadly, will evaluate the investment opportunities in Ukraine based on fact-based analysis, seeking an appropriate balance between risks and returns. A perspective for peace and the long-term trajectory of Ukraine, including political stability and critically a robust security framework and a growth path, including progress towards EU accession, will be essential in investors' decision-making processes. They will also want to be sure that corruption risks are being addressed. And then there's the desire for risk diversification. This is one of the reasons that emerging market investment funds typically don't focus on one country alone, but have a wide geographical remit. In fact, if the full fund size of €2.5 billion is mobilized, the Ukraine Development Fund would end up being one of the largest single-country emerging market infrastructure funds ever launched. The reconstruction of Ukraine represents a unique opportunity for investors. They can capitalize on large-scale investment opportunities, particularly in infrastructure, energy, and the low-carbon transition. As the Ukrainian economy recovers, reforms materialize, and EU accession becomes more likely, investors stand to reap the fruits of their investments, including from a reduction of cost of capital over time. The UDF's multifaceted approach, blending public and private capital, emphasizing early-stage project development, and investing in areas of strategic importance, aligns with the sustainable economic growth and recovery objectives of Ukraine. As Ukraine gets back on a path of economic growth and prosperity, the investments made by the UDF can create value for investors willing to embark on this transformative journey. In closing, the reconstruction of Ukraine will be an unprecedented challenge requiring close coordination among nations and between the public and private sectors. While the UDF is an ambitious initiative in this regard, it is only one part of the puzzle to solve for Ukraine's successful economic reconstruction, which can only succeed in the confluence of a settlement of the conflict, a robust security framework, as well as long-term stability in the form of concerted reform efforts and progress towards EU accession. Thank you for your time today.
It's a long day, and we are going to be coming back now with an investment panel. As you heard, Vice Chair of BlackRock, we have the money, right? Everybody's looking to invest into Ukraine. So I'd like to invite Alex, Matthew, and Dennis. Where's Dennis? Yeah, please come on the stage. Gentlemen, grab the microphones. And what I'd like to do is actually, today we have a very distinguished panel of, yes, please, jump in. Very distinguished, good to see you. We just met with most of the people, but at the end of the day, this is what this trade mission is all about. It's about meeting new people and learning more about what they do and hopefully get them very much engaged into Ukraine. So I'm going to start with you, and you have experience that is critical for Ukraine, DFC. So please speak about DFC, what you have done, and we'll go from there.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sorry. So, well, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ralph Mateos. I'm the founder and CEO of a small capital racing boutique called Mateos International. I worked at DFC, which is the U.S. government's development finance arm. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's the largest financing arm the U.S. government has for roughly 30 years. Prior to that, I spent 10 years in Wall Street. I came home because Washington, D.C. is home to me, so that's where I wanted to establish my roots. In fact, I actually worked for my first internship in college was at the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, which is one of the agencies that is part of the OAS. So at DFC, I worked on roughly 40 Ukrainian transactions. I did work extensively in Russia prior to 2014, obviously. And I really saw the various differences between Russia and Ukraine. Became enamored with Ukraine. So at DFC, what do? They are the leading financing arm of the U.S. government. You should contact them. They have offices in Washington, D.C. They travel, staff practically lives in a plane, and they can finance deals up to $1 billion. They have been actively engaged in Ukraine for over 20 years. I've worked in Ukraine for over 20 years. They were a key stakeholder of the U.S. government involved working with EBRD and IFC in the development of the banking system, mortgage system, and many other key facets. At DFC, I had a series of responsibilities briefly. I managed the entire finance program. The finance program represents roughly 80% of the book of business. So DFC does what? They provide finance, political risk insurance, and they have many funds that could invest in the companies that you're trying to set up. And so does EBRD, and so does IFC, so please contact those development institutions. They are the only money, I think, that is coming in right now. I think what the gentleman from BlackRock talked about is great. I don't think it's going to happen immediately, but hopefully will happen, because I think blended finance, and I can speak a little bit more perhaps about what is blended finance, is something that's going to happen. DFC does also grant. They do blended finance. They do finance feasibility studies. But again, the core business is finance, political risk insurance, which is badly needed. So I also chair the credit committee. I handle the entire portfolio of managed assets. I spent 30 years of my life working on a number of DFC is the place to go to in terms of anything that's developmental. From infrastructure, it's one of the top places in the world that knows infrastructure. I worked in infrastructure financing for 30 years. Anything that is that's blended finance basically means what's blended finance. It's basically public and private money joined together to meet needs that are not being addressed strictly by the private sector. But DFC is open, and so is IBRD. So take advantage of those institutions.
Thank you.
If I could just
Go ahead.
make a couple of quick comments. What's needed, of course, is the rule of law. I actually joined because I wanted to do not private sector deals in Ukraine, but given the great sacrifice that Ukrainians are doing for the world, for liberty, I felt it's my duty as a U.S. citizen to participate and do something pro bono in perhaps a not-for-profit. And that's why I joined the U.S. Ukrainian Business Council. I told them I want to work on a few deals to participate. But the biggest product, and I want to be brief because I know it's late, that you can avail yourself of is political risk insurance. I mean, I don't want to get too nerdy, but I looked at what is the risk of Ukraine right now in the world. So I looked at the Stern School of Business, which is New York University. And in January 2024, they basically said, well, what's the risk of countries? And what are the risk premia that you have to have? What is, the metrics? And Ukraine really is about 40% of cost of capital that you need to have. That's actually similar to Argentina. What should it be? It should be about, I would say, the country of Georgia, which has roughly 12, 13%.
Yes.
So that's the price we're paying for the war, unfortunately. A huge risk premium.
But it's going to drop.
It's going to drop substantially. It's going to continue to drop. And I think these missions are critical because you actually have transactions that you can talk about, meeting people. And what a good CFO does is they bring down the cost of capital. And the reason they do this, they go on the road and they pitch their deals and they develop an investor base. So, I mean, I don't know how long I'm going to talk about. But
Well, no, Rob, we do have a limited time, but one thing I want to tell you that what you know, every mayor needs to know in Ukraine. And you and I will talk afterwards. And one of the things we'd like to do, just make an announcement. We are setting up investment council of Mayor's Club. And I will be honored to chair that council, and we're going to be setting up to invite individuals like yourself to guide us and give access directly from the mayors, from the local business leaders to the capital, without any middlemen, so to speak. Thank you, and we'll come back to Justin. I want to go to you because we have our Ukrainian friends here, and we're gonna go to you because you represent venture capital, and I know you and I haven't met yet, but I would love for you to give us what you're doing here. Why is venture capital is interested in Ukraine?
Sure. Guess you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, first of all, for having me up here on the panel. Pleasure to meet all of you and meet all of you as well. Short answer is the opportunity to invest in Ukrainian early stage technology and dual use AI and cyber in particular right now is roughly, if less than roughly, a fairly strong analogy parallels to investing in Israel in the early 90s. And so, for me, it's really just a question of why isn't everyone else doing what we're doing?
They're scared.
We're the I don't like patting myself on the back too much, but we're the leading American venture capital firm investing in Ukrainian defense tech right now. So we've closed 3 deals already and actively looking for more.
What size are the deals, just to get
well, it's a $20 million fund one.
Okay.
So, initial ticket sizes are between 100K and
Excellent.
a little less than $1 million so far. So I'm happy to answer any questions on or offline on the subject.
Thank you. Yes, part of what we want to do is we're looking to build industrial base in Ukraine, and within each industrial base, which defense is going to be obviously a major component of everything, we want to be able to build a startup ecosystem within industrial clusters. So with this way, we'll be able to save time and money of getting to the market and providing the residents, the corporations of those industrial parks, with innovation they can immediately test in the real world because of their power. So something for you and myself to discuss afterwards, but thank you so much for being here and already investing into Ukraine.
Can I follow up on that point?
Of course.
It's important to note, in accordance with the parallels between Israel that I noted, from 2015 to 2019, Israel and Ukraine operated under a series of MOUs. One of those was to establish a mechanism for essentially cutting and pasting the special economic zones, tax incentives, labor programs that were so successful in driving Israel's tech ecosystem towards growth. And let's not forget, one of the key elements to Israel's ability to grow its tech ecosystem was an enormous influx of, numerically, the largest concentration of people from Eastern Europe coming into Israel in the 90s was actually from Ukraine.
Absolutely.
And Ukrainians right now are the largest group of non-Israeli born Europeans living in the country.
Well, there's no question Ukraine has enormous amount of talent, and you can see this, how Ukraine is winning the drone war, the technology that is driving, and it's changed the world already. So thank you so much for being here. And now, Dennis, to you. Dennis is actually working with one of the most important organizations in Ukraine and been representing for many years. So Dennis, talk about what this association does in Ukraine first, and then from there.
Thank you. Yes, I am Vice President of the Ukrainian League of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs. This is the oldest industrial organization in Ukraine. In Ukraine, it's Український Союз промисловців і підприємців. Probably you know this organization. I'm Vice President of organization, and my business is here in America, and I represent this organization here in Washington and in in cooperation with other industrial enterprises, and not only industrial enterprises, we work closely with Silicon Valley, with venture funds also. And from another side, my business is AI, and exactly AI translation technologies. And I will speak a little bit more on the by the end of my speech about this. And so thank you very much, Henry, that you invited me here to speak today. I have so many interesting friends today, and moreover, I would like to share more information about risk mitigation, about how to start cooperation with Ukraine, how to make it better. As I understand, the half of today's audiences are Americans interested how to collaborate, work with Ukraine, or also program representatives of different programs who support this work. And the half of the audience, Ukrainian representative of municipal authorities, mayors, businesses, and probably I will divide my speech into two parts. First, to address Americans, and then Ukrainians, about risk mitigation, about making financial models of cooperation, and about industrial cooperation. First of all, the main risk is to choose the right industry. If you choose and start now, in some industries you will be number one, and in some cases you will even monopolize the market. There will be only one supplier, or in the majority of sectors, supply chains are crushed now. And so this is, and every day new surprises, and war is unpredictable sometimes, and supply chains need your business now. There are some sectors where it's the best time to enter Ukrainian market. For example, energy. The technologies and companies who come now and support Ukraine with their technologies and start supplying together with international programs, they will be the only one solution in many cases. And so just regardless of all risks about many things, of course, every war is an extremely risky thing for business. But in many cases, there is a best way to enter. And energy is the sector where you can really help with your business solutions, with your technologies, Ukraine, to survive, to win, and to rebuild. And this, one more time, this is number one sector. The second sector is IT technologies. I would like to express also my opinion as a businessman. I use only Ukrainian coding team in my company. We have 9 different nationalities, people from different countries work in our company, but all coders are Ukrainians. This is the best, probably the best in the world, the best in the world combination of not big wages, and these people are inspired to work for this company. If you hire, for example, somebody in India, in the United States, in other countries, they try to work for your country, but for your company, but at the same time try to find better job. If you have now $3,000 salary, let's find 5,000, 7,000, and finally go
they have a purpose.
Yes, and so now it's one of the best time to hire Ukrainian outsourced companies, and also think about cooperation with product companies in IT sector. And also I would like to address to representatives of programs that support Ukraine now. One of the best way is not only educate Ukrainian business and Ukrainian authorities, but at the same time, please educate American business. They do not know these opportunities now. And very often they make crucial mistakes just starting cooperation with Ukraine. One of the mistakes, just real example, they start supply to Ukraine and start to use Chinese products. and start to use the most expensive programmers ever, compare with Ukrainian programmers. Sometimes American companies even use buy Chinese parts, and at the same time even Chinese programmers to make coding, and they do not know even the regulation of
so Dennis, there's a lot of education that needs to be done on both sides.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. So, and the reason we're all here is because part of what you do, what I do, and what Alexander is going to talk about in a second, is about educating both sides, because there's a major gap of expectations that need to be breached, right? It needs to be connected, and that's part of what this whole thing is about. So thank you, Dennis. Let me go to Alex. And Alex, thank you very much for being here. I know we also just met, but Alex had an opportunity to work for Ministry of Economy as a deputy, and now he can really talk about what happens on the national level and why it has not worked up to now, maybe.
Yeah, great, and thank you for invitations, and thank you that you raise this really important topic. I mean, local self-government on international level. And I would say that, well, I have a great experience doing the business and doing the M&A deals. It's my kind of core experience over the last 15 years. So, and always two parts need to find win-win solutions, right? And what Dennis mentioned, so always we should find kind of something which is interesting for both sides, right? And in terms of education, in terms of local level, everyone should understand so that competition is not only inside of some industry. Competitions right now is on the level of cities, and each city should be prepared to compete for available resources. About available resources, we will talk later, definitely, because there are plenty and enough. It's Ukraine facility, 50 billion euro, and Pillar 2 is mobilized.
So a lot of money.
A lot of money on the table right now. And now it's a time if our business and local government can use it, or it will be just gone. Because if you don't use it, well, it's still in the budget, right? And so we need to understand that competition for the money is between cities. And it's very important to have bankable projects.
Absolutely.
Which can fit the criteria of available resources. I have a couple of slides, but again, maybe on the second round, we will go deeper, and I will explain about opportunity for municipalities, for businesses. But again, one important point, go directly to the funds, go directly to the donors. Try to avoid kind of central government, because it's kind of bureaucracy, as you mentioned, and it's time, and it's again, well, why to do it if you can do it directly? So there is one point I would like to highlight. When I did check-in, when I arrived to DC 2 days ago, Mayor of Lviv did check-out in the same hotel. We met occasionally in the hotel. I asked him, what are you doing here? And Mr. Sadovy said, what are you doing? I'm looking for the money. And so he came here by himself and together with the team. Later on, one of the mayor clubs brings the biggest delegations of mayors. In the parallel, another biggest delegation is supported by Goverla and Razom with stand. So it means that self-government already ready.
Yeah.
Well,
part of what we're doing, we're trying to cover all the bases, right? We have to be everywhere. Everybody have to know we exist. Everybody have to know that opportunity Ukraine exists. And the question I want to pose to you is that we spoke about the role of central government in Ukraine. As a former deputy minister of economy, I'd like you to answer to the audience and for the record, why decentralization that is underway now, really for the first time in the history of Ukraine, why it is the biggest opportunity for the country?
Basically, Ukraine survived because of self-government, actually. And Ukrainian self-government was developed before the war on a quite advanced level, to be honest. And right now, you see everybody feels this kind of tensions between central government and local government. And it's a time to kind of, we need to act, to keep and to survive for local government. And why it's important? Because it's an opportunity for doing public-private partnership on local level. It's opportunity to use different incentives and to use industrial park, other incentives to attract investment. And where created added value? Added value created not in somewhere in the kind of national level. Added value created on local level in your community, building factories, building processing plant, building everything there, and to export.
Ground up.
What?
Ground up.
Ground up, definitely. It is a power. It's power of democracy. It's the power of money.
Excellent, thank you. So now we're going to go to final rapid questions. Ralph, we're going to start with you. If you can summarize into one answer, in order for DFC to take, I know it's going to be, it was a lot of last years before the war, ups and downs about Ukrainian facility. Now it's all doors open, correct? What is Ukrainian mayor, municipality must do, you know, in one sentence, I know it's a hard question, in order to satisfy the requirements of DFC?
Simply that the project must be credit worthy. And if you bring somebody in, get political risk insurance because it decreases the cost of capital from 40% to maybe 15%. Just show it's credit
That's
worthy.
huge.
Yes, that's huge. Yeah, and that's available. War insurance is available by DFC. So please take advantage of it.
Excellent, thank you. So now, Justin, to you. As a venture capitalist, right, and you're working with obviously startups, guys who are maybe beyond the napkin, maybe they already have a little MVP or maybe something in the market already, something that's already been tested. Ukraine represents, as you mentioned, a similar opportunity with Israel, maybe even bigger, long term. So what would you recommend for the local government, local business community in order to facilitate startup ecosystem in their own environment?
There are a lot of national level programs already geared towards that, and so I would first seek to gain access to understand how they've built it, whether there's a need to scale that down for yourselves or whether...
That's the problem. That what's the national level doesn't get down to the local level. We want to go the other way around, from local back up.
Then understanding and templating those models that have worked, I would look at Lviv, I would look at what Kyiv is doing. You know, my co-founder Deborah was one of the plank holders of the Ukraine Startup Fund. She's an available resource and is happy to talk to anybody about how to copy that.
Well, the part of what we want to do is working with companies like yours. Luckily, there's a lot of interest around Ukraine, is to set up those kind of platforms at a local level, right, which are able to be executed. For example, part of what we work in setting up commerce departments at local level, believe it or not, in order to facilitate growth of the ecosystems. So would that be something of interest to you guys?
I mean, we're already working with and tracking organizations in Kharkiv, in Odessa, and in a few other cities, not just Lviv in Ukraine. And I'm passing through here on my way to Ukraine, you know, leaving Wednesday, arriving Thursday, and I'll be spending a week working on this very subject.
Excellent, thank you. Dennis, the last question goes to you. As somebody who works, your association works with thousands of Ukrainian enterprises of different levels, different industries. What do they need to do to attract people like Ralph, like Justin, to themselves?
First of all, investors invest in the field, in the verticals that they know. And if you are in the industrial sector, of course, you should address your offers to investors in this particular industry. And for example, our union signed an agreement with the National Association of Manufacturers. This is the biggest manufacturing association in US. Probably everybody here in Washington knows this. And President Zelensky spoke to the board of directors of this association. We organized this event 1 year ago. And any industrial company can address to us, and we will find a partner in the United States. And this is a very influential organization. If I'm not mistaken, Fortune 100 Fortune companies, 71 company from 100 Fortune companies are members of this organization, and more than half of Fortune 500 companies are members of this organization. So we will try to find a partner, and very often this partner can be an investor as well, because the majority of them have their venture capital companies who with a focus on exactly this industry, like a chemical giant works with chemicals.
Every big international company is going to need a local partner.
Yes, of course. It's better if you try to be this local partner and try it now, not after Ukraine win, but right now to make these connections. And one more thing, I also wanted to address to Ukrainian mayors and Ukrainian municipalities and non-profit organizations. My company worked closely with Google. We are Google technical partners. We are recommended vendor of YouTube, and we know how to go this long way. If companies that works in your cities need any help, any support, how to establish this contacts with American companies, regardless they are here or not here, or never interested in Ukraine, we can teach how to approach them and how to be helpful for them. And also, thank you very much that you are here by the end of this meeting, and I have one gift to everybody who is now in the audience. We are AI translation and dubbing technology in real time. Now on Google Meet and on Zoom, you can translate live. And the representative of Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce said that you need to study English first of all. You don't need to study anymore English, and you can speak your language with our product.
Yes, you do.
Yes.
You still have to talk to people sometimes.
If you allow me, I will explain also in Ukrainian, because if somebody can understand. У нас є перекладач в Google Meet і в Zoom на обох платформах в реальному часі, і ви можете спілкуватися з вашими колегами в реальному часі своєю мовою з перекладом на англійську.
Dennis, I 100% disagree. It definitely can help, but we want the mayors to learn the English.
One more thing, we can even support you and give you free subscription for any.
You can use it to teach them English. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. Great panel, and we are on for the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd be good enough to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd be good enough to take your seats, please. We're looking forward to having Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur join us in just a few minutes. But one of the most important parts of this program is about to take place. Can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd sit down, please. One of the most moving parts of our program for today is about to take place, and we're looking forward to having Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur join us in just a few minutes. But I am going to turn this over, and I'm not going to talk very much, to someone who I've come to enjoy and respect a great deal, and that's Olena Nikolenko, who is the president of Future for Ukraine International, a physician, and she has some wonderful words to share with us.
Good evening for everybody. The guys need to be here, yeah? So first of all, good evening for everybody. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your time that you are here. And please, we are honored to represent here our Ukrainian soldiers who are here for prosthetics and rehabilitation, and our great partner, Michael Corcoran, who is the owner of the company who provide for us, for our soldiers, for severe wounded warriors, the prosthetics and rehabilitation. So it is an honor to address such a distinguished audience at this important historic event. First of all, I want to extend my sincere thanks to President Biden for his steadfast support to Ukraine and his leadership to defending our shared values of freedom, democracy, and human dignity. And I also want to express my deep gratitude to the American people, as evidenced by the leadership of Washington Institute of Business, Government, and Society. Your support through both government and individuals has been extraordinary. You have stood with us not only in the time of crisis, but also in our effort to rebuild a future of hope, integrity, and justice. For this, we will be forever grateful. I represent the international charter organization, Future for Ukraine, and we operate in both in the United States and in Ukraine. And we have a short video about our work. Please, could you run it? Yeah, we have a short video that shows about what we do, and we are a humanitarian organization. We provide help to kids. We have a medical direction of help when we provide prosthetics for severe wounded warriors, and we have a project for a big opportunity, humanitarian and opportunity when we provide the mental health to women, sexual violence, and who was faced sexual violence through the war, and to the people who face it with unspecified loss. So this is a difficult situation that the people faced with. We wait for a video, but oh, great. Thank you. And what I want to say that, first of all, our charity, this is a people. This is a people who love our country from the bottom of our heart, and we try to find a way how we can help. We are before the war. We are all from the business. We never touch the charity, but we understand that all our experience and all that we can do now, we can unite it together and help our people, help our country with humanitarian aid opportunity. And today we represent the charity organization. We're trying to find the partners for realization the humanitarian aid opportunity, as we can be the trusted implemented partner in Ukraine. We have a charity in US, we have charity in Ukraine, our team in Ukraine, and we can do the best as we can do for our people, because the war and recovery, it's not about just infrastructure, it's about the hope, it's about the restoring families, it's about the more about emotional potential of the nation, that next step will be recovery of economics, politicals, and that we're talking today about. And what is important, I wanted to share with you too, that our foundation was built from the very beginning from the charitable, international charitable practice and code of ethics that we're talking today in the beginning of the day. It was implemented in our charity from the first day, and we guided by transparency, accountability, and these higher standards of the charitable practice. So we deeply value the trust placed in us, and it remains key to our success. As we talking about economic recovery, as I said, it is vital to remember that rebuilding Ukraine is about more than infrastructure. When we help one individual to recover, we help entire families and communities rebuild their lives, which is essential to the broader recovery of our nation. Your continuous support is crucial to making this vision of economic recovery a reality. Together, we can rebuild Ukraine as a place of opportunity and dignity for all its citizens. Thank you for standing with us, and thank you to believe in our shared future for Ukraine. Thank you. And next, I wanted to give the floor to our wounded veterans that they wanted to share with you their little stories.
Я обрав захист своєї країни від ворога, щоб мої діти жили у вільній державі. Мені пощастило, я вижив і навіть отримав можливість виступити зі своєю промовою перед громадянами США на цій історичній знаменній події. Від імені всіх українських військовослужбовців хочу подякувати вам, американський народ, за підтримку в боротьбі за свободу, цілісність і демократію. Дякую.
I quickly translate. I choose to defend my country from the enemy so that my children could live in a free state. I was lucky. I survived and even gained the opportunity to address my speech to US citizens at this historic, significant event. On behalf of all Ukrainian soldiers, thank you, the American people, for supporting us in the fight for freedom, integrity, and democracy. Ваня.
Мене звуть Іван Болохов. Я втратив ногу під Роботино Запорізької області. Але я не здався, як і вся Україна. Ми залишаємось непохитними та незламними, незважаючи на авіаудари третій рік поспіль. Більш того, ми продовжуємо боротися за весь вільний світ. Для мене велика честь представляти сьогодні піксель-форму Збройних сил України. Це символ є незламності та мужності.
My name is Ivan Болохov. I lost my leg in the battle near the Robotene in the Zaporizhia region, but I did not give up as all Ukrainians did. We remain steadfast and unbreakable despite our strike for the third year in a row. More than that, we keep fighting for the whole free world. For me, it is a great honor to present the pixel of Armored Force of Ukraine uniform as a symbol of uninvictability and resilience. And now we want to give the floor to Mike Corcoran, our big friend of Ukraine. Mike helped Ukrainian soldiers, severe wounded warriors who couldn't have help in Ukraine because of the difficulties of the cases of the amputations. And we find here in US this help, and Mike through the 2 years helped us to provide these prosthetics for the soldiers and back him to the normal life, back him to the walk again, and believe that life can be the same. Mike, floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Michael Corcoran. I'm the CEO of MCOP, which is Medical Center Orthotics and Prosthetics, and our background is we were contracted to the Department of Defense for 2 decades, treating US service members coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan. And when the war in Ukraine, the full-scale invasion happened, we said to ourselves we can provide some assistance here to wounded warriors. Everyone in this room is here to help rebuild Ukraine, but you also have to rebuild the wounded warrior. And by providing prosthetics for them so they can live their lives, enjoy their families, and return to work is really, really important. We found that there is a tremendous number of amputees as a result of this war. Numbers go well above 50,000 to maybe 100,000. And to put that in contrast, in 20 years of war that the United States was involved in Iraq and Afghanistan, there was roughly 2,300 amputees in 20 years of war. In 2 years since the large-scale invasion in Russia, it's way, way bigger than that, upwards of 100,000. It's a massive problem, and unfortunately, the types of injuries that we're seeing coming from the battlefield in Ukraine is high-level amputations, so hip disarticulations, short transfemorals, multiple limb loss, and a lot of times these brave men and women they don't see a future. They see a life cloistered in their apartment. They wouldn't go out. They wouldn't be able to work again. So it's really an honor for me, our company, to be able to provide some hope, provide them with prosthetics that they can actually achieve a normal life, because we all just want normal. And our 2 latest guys here, Sergey and Ivan, were fit with their prosthesis. They arrived last Monday. They were up and walking on Wednesday. So it's quick, and they'll be here for 5 weeks for rehabilitation. But we can only be so effectual by bringing soldiers over here. We have decided to open up a facility in Kyiv, and currently it's under construction, where we want to treat thousands of amputees, but also we need to provide our knowledge, so knowledge transfer to Ukrainian prosthetists, physical therapists, and the soldiers alike, to be able to show them how to make these complex prosthetics in their own country, and also how to train to use them and to rehabilitate. I think it's much more a greater effect by being able to be there and provide that service.
Mike, a couple of questions, if I may, for you. Do you have an idea in terms of numbers, how many wounded, permanently wounded soldiers are right now, veterans in Ukraine?
In Ukraine.
Uh-huh.
We're we're told that the numbers are upwards of 100,000. I think the Ukrainian government are keeping that number kind of tight-lipped, but various reports have suggested there's a high number. And the reality of this is getting wounded soldiers off the battlefield is very difficult in Ukraine. In Afghanistan and Iraq, they were medevaced off within an hour. It's called the golden hour, where they could probably save the limb salvage. But the Ukrainian military can't get them off the battlefield quick enough, and then they have tourniquets. And so in order to save the life, you got to stop the bleeding, and what happens is the limb is killed. The limb dies from necrosis if it doesn't have blood supply. And so these numbers are very large, and also the levels of amputation are very high because the tourniquets are placed close to the body as much as possible.
And I know we're so focused on Ukraine, but there are an awful lot of innocent people on the Russian side, Russian soldiers who ultimately have faced similar fates. Do you have any idea what that casualty looks like?
Well, there was a report in the BBC that the numbers were like double of what's in Ukraine, because what we've heard is Russians do not evacuate their wounded, they leave them on the battlefield. So it's horrendous, and some of these Russian soldiers are duped into fighting. But frankly, our focus is Ukraine. Our focus is, and it is humanitarian, because no one wants to suffer limb loss in battle, but really it's the Ukrainian people who are the innocent people in all of this. Victims are guys here. All they want to do is live their lives and raise their families, but now they're fighting for freedom, and which is really, really important, not to lose the vision here is they're fighting so we don't have to. Okay, so I'm from Ireland and a member of the European Union. Ukraine stands between the European Union and Russia, and anyone that would think that Vladimir Putin just has designs on Ukraine is naive. I think everyone in this room knows how serious this war is, and the consequences of ignoring this is very, very bad.
Could you tell us a little more about the new facility that you're building and where the financing is coming from and how it's being put together in Kyiv?
Sure. We are building, my geography is not great, but it's in the center of Kyiv, near the government buildings. It's a 12,000 square foot facility where we are going to manufacture artificial limbs. We're also going to provide physical therapy. It's currently under construction. We hope to be treating patients there by January 1st. Fingers crossed. And where the funding is coming right now, it's private. Right now, we're looking for donations, public-private partnerships. We feel very strongly that by our small investment and then everyone else helping in this, we can achieve a very successful outcome. And mind you, the most important part is, if we don't take care of Ukrainian wounded soldiers, they will be a burden on the country, because they won't be able to work, they won't be able to provide for their family, there will be mental health issues, there will be, problems from here on out. So to invest in the small amount of health care to take care of these guys, you're also going to have the citizens who know their country takes care of their wounded warriors. So you won't have people unwilling to fight if this ever happens again. So it's really important to make sure that we support them in what they've provided for Ukraine, which is right now is freedom.
I have a question for you two gentlemen, and that is, first of all, are you optimistic about the future of Ukraine? And I'd also would like to know how your families are doing.
Моя сім'я зараз в даний момент знаходиться в Житомирі. Двоє дітей, старші дочки, старшому сину 14 років, меншій 8.
My family now in Zhytomyr, in Ukraine. I have two kids, the boy 14 years old and the girl 8 years old.
Втікати вони з нашої держави не збиралися і продовжують тут проживати, бо це наша держава і ми повинні до неї держатися.
My family don't want to run from Ukraine. We want to live in Ukraine, and this is our country. That's why we see our life just here.
І ми всі також надіємося, що в майбутньому, скоріше в майбутньому закінчиться війна і це все буде змінитися набагато найкраще.
We truly believe that this war is ended and our life is back to the normal life, and we hope for the best.
Що в нашій країні будуть всі жити мирно і щасливо. Дякую.
We believe in peace in our country and for a happy life.
Ну, я сам з Харківської області, з міста Куп'янська. Батько в мене лишився в Куп'янську, там поки що. Він не хоче виїжджати звідти.
My family, I'm originally from Kharkiv region, from Kupiansk, and my father still in the Kupiansk, and he don't want to leave the city.
Тітка, бабуся і брат, получається, виїхали, але вони в Харківській області. Але ж теж по Харкову буває прилітає.
My aunt, my grandma, and my brother, they live Kupiansk, but they still stay in the Kharkiv region, and they don't want to leave the country.
Ну, а я, коли отримав поранення, то я потрапив до госпіталю. Зараз проходжу реабілітацію, так що госпіталізацію, отримав протез, учуся заново ходити.
When I was injured, I was in the hospital, but now hopefully I had the prosthesis. I'm back to walk again, and I try to live my normal life.
Так, начебто все.
We have just a couple of minutes before the Congresswoman comes here. I'd like to ask you, Elena. Elena, by the way, is a physician, and so she's able to look at this from a very different perspective than most of us. But I'm wondering the sorts of stories that you've learned, you've heard, of what you have witnessed among the veterans of Ukraine. And of course, the one thing we have to remember, and that is that this has happened in a period of 2.5 years. That's all. And it is amazing, and to the point that you made, that the Russians, who have been dragged in many instances into this war, that the numbers are twice what they are in Ukraine. This is an extraordinary period of time that we're all going through. But to realize that some of these young men, and I'm sure some women along the way, that this is an extraordinary time period, and I'd be interested in what your reflections are, having gone through this over the past 2.5 years.
Thank you for the question. It's the truly very important, information, because when we're talking about like a prosthetics, about what we provide for the soldiers, we are talking about that we have today. But if we're looking through what we have before the war. Before the war in Ukraine, we have around 3,500 cases, amputations cases a year. And it was mainly we call this like civilian amputation. So it was caused by diabetes or some cardiovascular disease. It was simple cases below the knee, and it was easily treated by the facilities that we have, the clinics that we have in Ukraine. And when the war was started, the profile of the patient, as we're talking, yeah, so the soldiers, it's completely different because this is a blast injury, this is mine injury, this is not the planned surgery, so the level of amputation can be so difficult and so like the prosthetic, our facilities, our area that provide prosthetics before, they was not ready to provide help for this type of patients. That's why the number of patients, firstly, grows very dramatically. So now we have around 100,000 patients for 2.5 years. So this is like, you can understand, this is like dramatically high. And our prosthetics area, they couldn't provide to help just for everybody, because and if we're talking that 10% from these cases is difficult amputation cases, double amputations. This is when we have the disarticulation of hip joint, like disarticulation at the level of the shoulder. So this is that our prosthetists who works before, they never saw it. They don't know. They don't have a facility. They don't have this experience how to provide help for this type of soldiers. That's why these young men, they stay without help like long time, 6 months, 1 year. We have a difficult cases for this 2 years that we provide this help. That's why that for, you know, like, we're looking for this like a charity, but for you as an investment forum, this is a big opportunity to investment, because all these patients, this is young men who need legs, arms, they want it back to the normal life. And this is like whole life treatment. This is not just one time. This is like every day they need to, first of all, they need to provide the prosthetics, they need to walk again, physical therapy, but every 6 weeks, 1 year, they need to upgrade it. So this is a type of business that gonna grow like year by year dramatically. And the mic they provide, because they have this experience, they provide the prosthetics for wounded warriors from Iraq and Afghanistan. They know how to treat this type of patients. That's why we find this help here. But we're looking for this, like, not just a business, because the business, this is a two-sides medal. You need to provide the business at margin, and you need to provide the value of like a social responsibility. So we are at the level of that we present the charity. We're talking about the social responsibility. And now for these 2 years, thanks for generosity of American donors, we have a grants for $1.5 million that we provide prosthetics for severely wounded warriors. So this is shows that we provide the opportunity for people who like they couldn't have this help in Ukraine, but you stand by like with these people, and you provide, like American donors, investors, you provide this help. You give these people opportunity to back to the normal life, and this is your like value, the big value, social value. So that's why this is my way, all like my vision. What happens now, it's continuous. War is continuous. So now we have around 50, 100, yeah, this is secret number, how many soldiers we have injured with the amputation, but this is dramatically, as you understand. And when war is continued, the number it will be gross. So this is dramatically, this is awful, but we need to find a way how to help. Firstly, we can help here to bring the soldiers to US. Second, we can bring this knowledge, experience of MCOP to Ukraine and provide it in Ukraine to share the experience, to have this like educational center to increase this level of education of Ukrainian prosthetists, rehabilitologists, physical therapists, to give it more broadly inside Ukraine. But because this is a huge number of soldiers. And this is not just like prosthetics, this is the mental health issue that Mike told. So this is more than just to provide the prosthesis.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Congresswoman is slightly late, and I'm sure it's the Washington traffic, but if we could all stay put, stand up around your seats, get a little bit of exercise, but she should be here any minute, and that will end our program. Maybe what we could do for just a moment is, first of all, to let you know that we're going to be having dinner at the Ukraine House, and that address is, I'm afraid I don't know what that address is. Yulia, would you have the address of the Ukraine House? Oh, well, good. Thank you very much. It's been emailed to you. And then tomorrow we'll be getting together at Chemonics, and that address will be sent to you as well. That's in downtown Washington. This will be in the corporate headquarters of Chemonics. And tomorrow we intend to roll our sleeves up a little bit and hear a great deal more from all of you in regards particularly to ethics and trying to deal with that code of conduct that we mentioned earlier today, and really putting together an awful lot of pieces. And then to discuss a little bit about the 10-class course that we'll be putting together. And I'm delighted because we have a number of great esteemed ethics experts from around the world who help to contribute to this. And we also are going to be looking forward for your input. The last thing we want to do is to see that somehow we're dictating what the ethics, the integrity should be for Ukraine. We want to be able to get your input so that we can see this as having been a communal exercise in being able to not only produce that kind of a product, that kind of a new code of conduct, but also to be able to let the world know that you have taken these steps on your own to be able to let the world know of what the potential is for the future of Ukraine. And so when we talk about trying to attract the West to be able to continue to support the future of Ukraine, one of the important things is to be able to let the Westerners know, in my case, Americans, which the taxpayers have been putting up billions of dollars to be able to support this cause. It's going to be a wonderful thing to say, you know, we're doing our part to be able to show that we are serious about our future, and that's why we're putting together this code of conduct and why we're agreeing to go into this 10-class course. So why don't we, for just say, this will probably just be a few minutes, and we'll wait for the Congresswoman, and then that will end our very first day. And then also to let you know, of course, on Wednesday, the Center for Strategic and International Studies will be hosting an entire day dealing with this question of the reconstruction. But one of the things I want to be able to emphasize, and that is, I'm so glad they're having this, and I know many of you are registered to be participating in this, but it's very much a think tank exercise of being able to sit back and to be able to contemplate where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. In our case, we're trying to let the rubber meet the road, as we say here in the United States. We want to be able to see that we're producing some results to the sorts of things that need to be done. For us to wait until tomorrow to be able to do what we're doing now would be very, very foolish. And we have the chance, and thanks to your coming to Washington, D.C., we now have the chance to be able to let the world know that we're taking this all very seriously. We're taking the necessary steps to make amends, to be able to show that corruption has no place in the homes or in the factories or in the shops of people in Ukraine. So thank you all so much. Just if you would, just stay put, and we'll have the Congresswoman here very shortly. I think Yulia has something to say.
Yeah, I see we have a few minutes. And we have one more member of delegation, a great company, State Enterprise, who produce prosthetic and orthopedic, has orthopedic production, and they would like to build relationship with such as centers like Michael has, and we have video from them. If we have some time, we can look at this video, what they do also, and maybe it's a good idea to cooperate with them. And when you will come to Ukraine, if you would like to build a relationship in Ukraine, maybe it could be one of your partners also.
Thank you. Yeah. And why don't you just say one other thing, and that is, please join me in letting the gentleman next to me know how much we appreciate their sacrifice, how much we love the fact that they joined us today to be with us. And we also want to let them know that we're also thinking about their families back home.
Hello everyone, my name is Afina Almanova and I represent Alexei Shtankov, the director of the Dnipropetrovsk State Prosthetic Enterprise, Dnipro-Protez. The enterprise operates with equipment from leading manufacturers using European materials and the latest technologies. We produce high-quality prosthetic limbs that are highly valued not only in Ukraine but also abroad. At the moment, we are providing prosthetics to about 17% of individuals who have lost limbs as a result of Russian aggression. Due to the increasing level of Russian aggression and the proportional rise in the number of people needing prosthetics, our enterprise is in urgent need of expansion, including the addition of 48 inpatient beds. To achieve this, we need to carry out the reconstruction of the enterprise according to the projects presented in the attached files. We place great hope in your understanding and cooperation.
Yes, go ahead and sit down. And let me also say, and I know there's some number of people that are not here, but tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, Congresswoman Capter's staff and the wonderful crew from Georgetown University will be taking people who are wanting to do this on a tour of the U.S. Capitol and across the street to the Library of Congress. So I hope if you're interested in that, that you'll let them know. Thank you.
o sea, o los vasos, sí, sí, sí.
Ladies and gentlemen, Congresswoman has arrived. Please take your seats. And she'll be coming up the stairs, I think. I've been told.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd be good enough to take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd be good enough to take your seats, please. Congresswoman Capter is here and will be joining us here in a minute. Let me begin to tell you a little bit about Congresswoman Capter. First of all, she represents the 9th District in Ohio, her home being Toledo, Ohio. But one of the things that is most interesting, and that is she has made history, American history. There is no woman in the history of our country who has served longer in either the U.S. House of Representatives or in the U.S. Senate than Marcy Kaptur. And I'm delighted that she's with us. And I can tell you this from personal experience, she has really, there's no one that has supported Ukraine more than Marcy Kaptur. And so to have her with us and to be able to end this first day, which I think has been very productive, and I hope that you have found it just as productive. It's a wonderful way to end the day. Looking forward to tomorrow when we really roll up our sleeves and we get into a great deal of the hard work that needs to be done ahead of us. And so she'll be down here in just 1 minute, I'm sure. And again, as I say, her staff is good enough to volunteer to be able to take people around, show them the House of Representatives and the Senate, go up to the galleries, be able to see where the old Supreme Court used to be, and then to go across the street and have the chance to be able to visit the Library of Congress. So all that will take place tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. Congresswoman? Here we go. And something that's very interesting that she doesn't even know, and that is that just after she had been elected, which I believe her first year in office was in 1983, I had the chance on more than one occasion on CNBC and on CNN to debate her on trade. And there was a fellow by the name of Ronald Reagan in the White House, and she had just switched parties in terms of who was representing her district. And so when I continued to watch the way she was responding to what was going on in Ukraine, I cheered and cheered and cheered quietly and loudly. But you've never had a better friend than this woman who is sitting right here and is going to share with you her thoughts about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We've got a bit of a way to go. As you know, President Biden, and we're trying to put together a special gift for President Biden, who, as we noted, unfortunately had to be in New York today. But we also have a little something for the Congresswoman coming up as well. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I want to introduce a very fine lady, Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur.
Thank you. OH. IO. That's hard. We even go like this. We even go like this. I know I'm one of the last speakers of the day. Am I the last speaker? Oh my goodness. Do you have the energy for this? You do. First of all, greetings. It is marvelous to be with you today. And all of you are leaders in your own walks of life. And this is such a vital convening. And meeting in this building for the Organization of American States. I don't know if people have explained the building to you, but of course 34 nations and many other countries, over 70, meet here and in the hemisphere and try to establish global relations. And so as we think about the future of Ukraine, Ukraine will need other countries. She has many supporters like the United States now and obviously Canada. So you're in friendly territory here in the United States. And we want to make sure that we help Ukraine every step of the way. You have come so far, so far. And Vladimir Putin knows that. And that's why he wants to take your liberty away. And we're very honored by your visit here today, and I want to thank Mr. James Moore and the Washington Institute for organizing this event and offer an invitation to me to come here today. As key leaders in support of Ukraine, each of you is such a leader. What an impressive message you send by your very presence here this afternoon. We are all working hard for victory for Ukraine. And we hold a shared commitment to liberty, to justice, and to equality. And I know there are many business people in the audience. We also hold a commitment to free markets for enterprise, not state-imposed collectivization. We know what that looks like in that part of the world, in your part of the world. We don't want that anymore. There's so much talent in Ukraine. It's represented here by some of what I just saw, exhibits from Zhytomyr, a community I know pretty well. And it's so wonderful to see the enterprise and the artistry of Ukraine coming to the world, really for the first time in history. It has been suppressed for so long. Since 1991, we just see this astounding talent. In fact, today, in the Wall Street Journal, there's a lead editorial I commend all of you to read. It's written by former General David Petraeus in our country and Andy Yakulis, Ukraine's Lessons for the Pentagon. And it talks about how Ukraine is leading in new technologies in warfare. And so the creativity knows no bounds. We know that we meet here with the hastening spider web of tyranny around the globe, preying on nations that seek to be free. Those in this room who work together are an antidote to that, because mutual association and self-interest are vital forces to move liberty forward and security forward. As founding co-chair of our bipartisan House Ukraine caucus, out of 435 members of the U.S. House, we have over 100 members who are members of our caucus who share your dedication to a free Ukraine. We have been the vanguard in the U.S. House of Representatives for assistance to Ukraine, a Ukraine that is sovereign, whose territorial integrity is guaranteed, and whose aspirations as a free nation ultimately seeks access to the community of Europeans and the European Union. And we say to that, bravo. That is exactly where we should be headed. Ultimately, one cannot do that with a strong security umbrella like NATO. Ukraine remains the poorest nation per capita in Europe. That's made more difficult by the war. But it looks to the free nations of the West to help to be an ally in your monumental struggle against the third largest military on earth. Think about what the soldiers of Ukraine and the people of Ukraine and your allies have done. Ukraine exists in a very, very tough neighborhood. Russian tyrant Vladimir Putin, without provocation, brutally invaded your sovereign nation in 2014. And then he bore down fully in 2022. Estimates indicate at least 400,000 Russian soldiers have died. And Ukraine has lost likely half as many soldiers in this bitter, grinding war of attrition. So your gathering here comes at a pivotal time as President Zelensky arrived this week to the United States to take part in the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. This convergence of events has never happened before in world history. The people of Ukraine must remain so proud and grateful. Let us extend a loud round of applause for President Zelensky's brave, indefatigable leadership. I hope he hears us. I hope he hears us. Thank you very much. How deserved that is. Our task is easier, using all power, soft and hard, to end this unnecessary war. Russia already extends over 13 time zones. And may I ask, isn't that enough? 13 time zones. Having traveled to Russia many times, I have concluded Russia's leaders would be better off, much better off, using the funds they are wasting on war by helping their own struggling people. Let Vladimir Putin build up his own country rather than tearing somebody else's down inside his own borders. Underneath Russia's unsustainable military spending, its economy is declining. Putin's compulsion to waste so much money on needless war actually is harming Russia now and into the future. Most people there live a very harsh life. You know that. You know that. I've seen it close up, starting in 1973, in meagerly appointed village stores, in dim apartment blocks with no elevators, in the delivery rooms of hospitals where women give birth to children, along millions of miles of unimproved roads, and in Russia's mental wards. Russia's people know this, but they have no ability to vote for a better life and change. Indeed, victory for Ukraine will edge Russia closer to the free world, and that is what Putin fears the most. Alexei Navalny's valiant political quest for liberty in Russia cost him his dear life. Arrested and whisked away and dying in that horrible, horrendous Russian prison camp in the frigid Arctic. Can you imagine a man knowing he was walking to his death? His hard-earned legacy in history will gain him a precious, foundational father of a free Russia. And that will come. And that will come. And that is what Vladimir Putin fears the most. Meanwhile, we have watched hundreds of thousands of Russians who have voted with their feet and emigrated outside of that country. Putin's theft of Ukrainian children is a war crime. But it is clear why he is doing it. Russia's fertility rate is below the replacement rate. Russia has a population crisis. During the first half of this year, 599,600 children were born in Russia, but that is 16,000 fewer than the same time a year ago. This is one reason that Putin is stealing, it is estimated now, over 20,000 Ukrainian children and attempting to indoctrinate them in his own country. Another war crime. If one visits an average, stark delivery room in a maternity ward in Russia, you would think twice about conceiving a child. Moreover, far too many Russian children that are born are impaired from birth, with fetal alcohol syndrome being among the most prevalent disabling conditions. As the war in Ukraine grinds forward, alcoholism in Russia has nearly doubled compared to the prior decade. It has reached a consumption level of 2.3 billion liters in 2023, mirroring the former Soviet era period. These are gruesome statistics. Crime has spiked as well, including violent crime. With over 589,000 felonies in Russia in 2023, the highest since 2011, these conditions are being driven partly by the return of pardoned criminals who were inducted into the war and served on the war front. Bottom line, tyranny doesn't work. It never has. It destroys people. It destroys the spirit of life. This year of 2024 has been hailed as the year of democracy. More people around our world than ever before have cast their votes in national elections. But democracy itself is never guaranteed. It is always on the ballot. Our futures are in our own hands. On the other hand, Ukraine fights alone and requires new alliances to help her to victory, and that is why you are all here today. This year, the free world commemorated the 80th anniversary of a battle that has been called historically D-Day. The hallowed date of June 6, 1944, marks the moment in history when the great U.S. Army General Omar Bradley led Allied nations in the largest seaborne landing in world history with over 1 million soldiers. Can you imagine that? Successfully taking the fight to the tyrannical Axis powers during World War II. That day was the beginning of Allied victory in Europe, during which unparalleled valor and a united front ultimately defeated Nazism and imperialism. It took another 40 years for the Soviet Union's tyranny to collapse of its own corruption, beginning in 1989 in Poland. It collapsed of its own dead weight. But during those 40 years, good people like yourselves never forgot. They kept working to get rid of the rulers of that country that were members of the Soviet regime. Again, a constellation of nations organized under NATO had defended free Europe from reinvasion during that time. We now call that NATO, of course. But it was people like you that organized and created institutions like the one you're sitting in for cooperation and mutual self-support. Sheer heroism, military grit, and determined perseverance won the day for liberty as captive nations became free. And so must it now in Ukraine. The day is ahead, we know that. Through decades of sacrifice, those who bestowed liberty upon us, and I speak as the daughter and granddaughter of those who fought, these wonderful people asked nothing of us, their progeny. I do think they hoped we would learn by their example. They gave their all for us. And the question is, what do we do in their memory? Will the freedom we enjoy today be extended to others? Today we clearly see autocratic and tyrannical regimes on the move globally, as authoritarian rulers or would-be rulers hold perverse visions of subjugating people to their narrow impulses of human destiny. Here in the United States, we cannot let such maniacs destroy what has taken over 2 centuries to build. And Ukraine, without question, is the modern era's test of liberty. Truly, Ukraine's future depends on us and her allies at all levels, including each of you, all of us here today. We must ask ourselves, how can the world of democracies ensure Ukraine wins and survives this brutal war? Importantly, history teaches us what happens in Ukraine will have a profound impact on neighboring countries. I've just returned from a trip to Central Europe, and I can tell you Poland, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Romania, the list goes on. They are your friends. Cultivate more friends, the leaders of the countries of Europe. Recall, Russia has always been an expansionist power. Its brutal regime took all the land as far west as Berlin following the Second World War. That cannot ever happen again. And the nations and leaders of Central Europe share that view. Russia also consistently violates treaties. For example, following the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, Russia has been afforded a free rein. Despite its membership as one of the permanent members of the Security Council, Putin has invaded Moldova in Transnistria and Georgia in Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Russia's behavior is not that of a good neighbor. It kills, pillages, destroys, and confiscates. It is my belief, in observing the hopeful eyes of Ukraine's young people, I see hope. Liberty is now within their reach, and they know it. Since 1991, we have witnessed the rebirth of one of the great nations of Europe. And their young people growing up in a more open society now are poised to lead as their grandparents could only have dreamed. I am certain it is not a question of whether, but only when. One of America's greatest generals, Omar Bradley, posed this challenge. We've learned how to destroy, but not to create. We've learned how to waste, but not to build. How to kill men, but not how to save them. And how to die, but seldom how to live. That challenge remains intergenerationally as the free world works to secure Ukraine's place among the free nations of our world. We face not a new enemy, but an old one. When the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, newly independent Ukraine became the third largest nuclear power in the world. It had hosted and maintained nuclear weapons for the Soviet Union. As a responsible nation, Ukraine signed the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons Treaty. And at the behest of the United States and demand of Russia, it gave up 1,900 of its strategic nuclear weapons, 176 ICBMs, and 44 strategic bombers, in addition to related arsenals stored on its territory. In exchange, Ukraine's security was to be guaranteed under the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, which was signed by Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom. However, Russia betrayed its commitments when it invaded Crimea in 2014. Then, when Russia launched its aggressive and unprovoked full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, analysts across our world, including those in the United States, predicted swift defeat of the Ukrainian state and the presidency of Volodymyr Zelensky. And why not? Russia is the third largest military in the world. Ukraine encompasses a landmass of less than 3% of the size of Russia's. And Russia's population equals 4 times as many people as Ukraine. But Putin vastly underestimated the depths of Ukraine's yearning for liberty and honest, good governance. He has more than met his match. Ukraine has fought this war on the scrimmage line of liberty since 2014, largely on its own. It has never asked us to fight for her, only for global allies to arm her so she can defend herself. As U.S. retired General Mark Hertling stated in the early days of the war, Ukraine will fight above its weight class, and Russia will be embarrassed. By the sacrifice of the Ukrainian people and material support from the West, defiance of Putin and tyranny already has been achieved in this war. Since Putin's 2022 invasion, Ukraine's fighters in just 20 months have liberated 50% of all the territory that was once occupied by Russia. Think about that. Ukrainian fighters armed with American and European weapons have decimated Russia's military capacity and destroyed as much as 40% of its fighting force. It is astounding what Ukraine has done. Furthermore, Ukraine's brave defense has reinvigorated our expanding NATO alliance, now joined by Sweden and Finland. These are decisions that will forever alter the course of Europe's security and, in turn, its destiny. While the United States has led the world by providing the largest amount of funding to Ukraine, European nations have bolstered their support, including security assistance to Ukraine. They've upped it by a lot. As a percent of gross domestic product, over 17 European nations have so far provided a higher level of aid to Ukraine. And more will come. We must recognize and commend our allies for this, knowing that Ukraine does not walk this path with U.S. support alone. However, the reality remains that if America and our allies ended their support, Russia would be able to defeat Ukraine. We cannot go there. We must meet this test of our era For example, Ukraine needs F-16s, and she needs pilots. We must provide a path for NATO volunteers to go and fill this gap. Ukraine needs to use long-range weapons to strike targets in Russia. We must give them that authority. Putin is not counting on the number of rubles or Russian lives he is spending on this conflict, but he is counting the number of votes for Ukraine that remain in the US Congress and in lawmaking bodies of our allies across Europe. He came from the intelligence service. He was never a soldier. He counts votes. He knows who are the decision makers in nation after nation. The people of Ukraine have already made clear their absolute, resolute dedication to this fight. Putin is counting on the West cutting off Western support. It is his only path to defeat Ukraine on the battlefield, and he is wrong. While the spirit and determination of the Ukrainian people remains unbroken, the dams, hospitals, schools, courts of law, and neighborhoods decimated by Russian tanks and bombs will require time and resources to emerge from the ashes. Make no mistake, responsibility for the senseless and brutal war being waged against Ukraine lies with Russia alone. It must be Russia that shoulders the responsibility for rebuilding Ukraine in the aftermath. And to that end, legislation which our caucus helped get signed into law in a bipartisan fashion has allowed the United States to reclaim Russian assets and ensure Russia bears the costs of returning Ukraine to her full glory, while guaranteeing that the Ukrainian people can truly prosper in their hard-fought liberty. We, the free world, cannot repeat the mistakes of the 1920s by withdrawing our support and indelibly forcing the free world to pay a greater price for freedom as tyranny deepens its roots across our world. As leaders of our free world, we must find the means to support those willing to fight and die for liberty. That is the only way we can ensure victory for Ukraine against Russia, whose killing machines threaten global security in both hemispheres. We know that there remains a strong bipartisan majority of members in the House and Senate. All the votes are over 300 votes in the U.S. House of Representatives, despite the efforts by a minority of a few to try to shut off debate on these critical issues. We know the majority of members in the U.S. House and Senate stand for Ukraine. So between now and the end of the year, we will be pushing for additional support for Ukraine, including extended presidential drawdown authorities for the administration. Currently, the White House has just under a remaining $6 billion in supplemental funding for Ukraine. That still is a lot of money. But what I'll be fighting for in the end of the year omnibus after the election and the National Defense Authorization Act packages will be the extension of such funding and lend-lease authorities, the codification of the U.S.-Ukraine Security Agreement, and any additional funding that could benefit our besieged allies. As Ukraine's brave soldiers march forward on the continent of Europe, we, their allies and supporters, shoulder added responsibility for military and humanitarian support to move them to victory sooner rather than later. Let us be strengthened by these timeless words spoken prior to the largest seaborne invasion in military history, when over 1 million Allied soldiers stormed the beaches at Normandy, led by United States Supreme Allied Commander and later President of the United States, Dwight Eisenhower. His words are moving, and they matter today. He said to those gathered who were facing horrible enemies, "We are about to embark upon the Great Crusade. This is the crusade Ukraine is in today. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. You will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, he said, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy will be well trained, well equipped, and battle hardened, and he will fight savagely. But this is the year of 1944, he said. The tide is turning. The free men of the world are marching together to victory, and I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Let us all beseech blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking. And now, 80 years later, with these words, we can learn what is possible in this year of 2024 if we stay the course of liberty. Together, the allied world will help Ukraine achieve the dream of a free and independent nation. In our time and generation, no region of the world has suffered more and sacrificed more for it. Thank you so very much. Onward. Slava Ukraini.